All right. Hey, welcome to the show. Hey, it's Linda Orban here. I'm normally here on Southern Property on Thursdays, but cotton picking, it's Halloween. So here I am. I don't know how long I'm going to be here. Got some stuff we want to talk about, stuff we want to look at. I've been in several places where I did investigations earlier this week. I shall be on again tomorrow night for a very short show. All Souls Day is kind of a personal in-looking where you honor the dead, and especially your relatives that are dead. Go to the cemetery, lay flowers on their grave, or visit them, and just honor all the dead. And in the day with a nighttime bonfire. We had some rain here Sunday night, so I'm hoping the startings of the bonfire are not too wet. But we had to have rain because we were in a burn ban. But the county got some rain, so we're out from under the burn ban. And I'll have a short bonfire to show tomorrow night. Now, for the next night, which is All Souls Day, of course, the first is All Saints Day. Halloween being, of course, Hallows Eve, the Eve of the Dead, which is what Americans celebrate. Down outside of Mexico City, they've always celebrated All Souls Day. It's been a very All Saints Day, pardon me, and All Souls Day. The third day, of course, is the Day of the Dead, All Souls Day, when the dead, especially family members, come to visit you. It's the day the dead walk the earth. So the veil's kind of thin this time of year. It's in the fall. The weather's changing. It's been a shocker down here. We literally went from having to crank up the air conditioner one day and crank up the heat the next night. It's been that kind of weather down here. We've had some unusually hot weather, almost 90 degrees a week ago, and now we had a high today just in the 50s. And cold tonight, it's going down to right at freezing tonight. Yes, this far south, it's going to hit 32 degrees supposedly. Hit about, 34 last night? The wife's in here with me. She wants to go pew pew for whatever reason. So if you hear that in the background, she's going pew pew. Probably shooting me. Anyway, tonight we are going to go to one of my favorite locations, one I've investigated more than any other place, and it's one that Chicagoans have been investigating for many, many years. Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. Going to show some photos. I got them on. I made videos out of the photos, so the slides are going pretty quick. If you want to look at the photo, you can. When you look at this video, you can freeze the video yourself. I'm not going to freeze on every picture. I'd be here for 3 days, 3 or 4 days, maybe a week. So I'm just going to let it ride at its current speed. If you want to stop it on a photo and check it out, you can blow it up on your computer. Now I'll be talking. You can either listen on your speakers or put your headphones on. It's just me. Some of the videos are that I may play tonight later on will have sound, but these photos do not. So I'll be talking over them, and you see the website below, the path to bachelorsgrove.com. I will be reading some excerpts from it. This is public information posted on the internet at that site. So if you want to read more materials, see the photos that actually go with the materials, go to that site. It's very good. It covers Bachelor's Grove very thoroughly. Now, the last update to this site was 2.5 years ago. I'm a little bit concerned about losing this. I'm going to try to get in touch with at least the former owners that started this site and built it, as to who's got passwords to it, and maybe turn it over. I would love to turn it over to Tony Zabisky, if you're listening. He's probably on a tour tonight. This being his big night for haunted tours in Chicago. I'd love to see him take it over. I do not want to take it over personally. I am in Arkansas. I'm busy with Arkansas stuff. Quite frankly, I do not have the time to be fooling around with Bachelor's Grove up in Chicago, and I shouldn't be anyway, since I don't live there and don't know who's going there or who's doing what up there. Tony Wood. So him or maybe Bob Trezak could take that over. I'd be much appreciative. So if you're listening, whoever has the passwords to it, runs that site, I'd like to see it turned over to somebody who's actually in the paranormal still. Anyway, we're going to go on. I've got my talking points, and you have a 1 minute video, and I'll show it right now. This is a tour at Bachelor's Grove. This is back in the spring when it was really grown up. This is what it used to look like. There are people who wish they'd never cut it. This is a mess that we used to have to dive through to get into Bachelor's Grove. You can actually not even see headstones sticking above. You can't even see the tombstone sticking above the weeds. Like I say, this is what you had to go through. This is what you had to go through when you used to investigate at Bachelor's Grove. You literally had to go through, find your way through weeds and vines that was anywhere from 3 to 7 feet tall. Some people wish they'd let it stay that way because it looks more haunting that way. It's scarier that way. And it's one reason that it's not as haunted now as it used to be is because the Forest Reserve, thankfully, I have no problem with this. I'm actually grateful for them doing it. Are keeping it cut now to where it looks like just a lawn, like a cemetery should, with grass cut short, and where you can actually see the gravestones now. But that was just a photo shoot of what it used to look like, and I'm coming up with another one right now. Here we go. As you can see from these photos, there's literally a jungle out there. Fortunately, all these plants are now cut down. And once again, this is where it was really high. Okay, this is what after when it was cut down the first time, and you see the difference with the grass cut. You can actually see the stones and the desecration that occurred from the locals for decades, considering it a point of manhood to go in there and shove the headstones down. It's just a challenge among the high schools. It's just part of graduating. You graduate, you got to go out there, you got to go in there at night, got to go in there with one or two buddies and push over all the headstones. And some of these things weigh 300 or 400 pounds. And you got to prove yourself a man by shoving around 300 or 400 pounds. I say if you got to do that, do it in your front yard, do it in the weight room. Don't go to a cemetery, please. This is the pond out back. So much is always talked about the pond, about the ghost of a farmer and his horse charging into the pond and drowning. The pond is not deep enough for that, just to be honest with you. Just a spoiler alert. A horse could easily stick his head up out of it. And in fact, a 6 foot tall man can easily have his head over the surface of the water. And if it hadn't rained for a little while, this creek is easily passable that you're looking at. It's not at this current time. As you can see, it's got stepping stones even at this width, which is a pretty good flow for this creek. So you can get across it there even now. But if you miss rain for a while, this creek is easily passable. Very tiny little stream going through it. And the pond, a 5 foot person can start walking their tippy toes across it and have their head above water. Show some of the growth around the creek. This is all Forest Preserve property here. We all call this Bachelor's Grove Creek just to give it a name. It actually doesn't have a name. It's from a spring. It's actually walled off. It's a natural spring that they kind of built a fountain out of, and it flows out of there onto the ground through a little residential area, then comes into the Forest Preserve, flows into the pond, fills the pond up, and has an overflow that goes down and follows another half mile or so to the Cowsack Canal. This was taken about way out back behind it, about an eighth of a mile or so behind the cemetery at the location of an old Indian village. That could be because they were massacred at, at the site back before white men were even in the area, and could be the cause of the haunting. The haunted woods cause the ground to be sour and causes the hauntings at Bachelor's Grove. Got a few more of these. We'll go on to the next video of photos. And here's a good shot of inside the cemetery. Okay, that was round one of this later photos. Let me go. That was some much later photos. Yeah, I'm talking about 3 or 4 years after the others you saw when the cemetery has been cleaned up. Like I said, thank goodness for the Forest Preserve. They cut it down for reasons of their own, I think, so they can watch it, people not stay in the cemetery at dusk. You're not supposed to be in here after dusk or before sunrise. And with the weeds 6 feet tall, you could almost hide a regiment in there, and they would never see you just scanning over it with flashlights. Because Forest Preserve, because since the cemetery is not in the Forest Preserve, they cannot go into the cemetery and force you out at night. All they can do is stand there at the border, wait for you to stick an arm out and grab it and pull you out of the cemetery, and then give you a $75 ticket. If you stay in there out of reach, all they can do is call a state trooper, and he comes out and he gives you a ticket that's about the same amount for walking into a cemetery. I've often thought they should protest that, because is it a cemetery when the county says all the bodies have been removed? Is it a cemetery that's been abandoned? Is it still a cemetery? Can they still enforce the statewide law of being out of the cemetery by dusk if half the bodies have been removed? And they say, the state says, the county, excuse me, always says at least half the bodies have been removed, maybe all the bodies have been removed. Is a cemetery with no bodies still a cemetery? And is it still covered by the got to be out by dusk law? Make an interesting court case. Well, that's never been tested. But rumor has it, and the official thing now is they've been so confusing over years about who owns it and what have you. The county owns that. It was left by the previous owner. It was a private cemetery. The previous owner willed it to the county. The county is stuck with that. They don't want to admit it because they don't want to have liability insurance on it, because that costs money. Cook County is deeply, deeply in debt, and they don't have the money to pay for insurance in case somebody, while they're rolling these headstones around in Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, if they roll one on top of their foot, or they roll one on top of somebody, or somebody's climbing on top of one of the tall ones, it falls off or breaks their head. It's, who do you sue? So they put that confusion out. The county owns it. The county's taking care of it. The county did announce when they exhumed about half the bodies, they tried to contact other people whose family has died off locally, moved away, or didn't have the money to come in and get their relatives out of the cemetery, covered with about half the people there. So they exhumed about half of the bodies, over 200, and moved them to viable working cemeteries where their family had a plot, and reinterred them. But about half are still there. The Hoffmans are still there. The Patricks are still there, as the Patrick family's completely died off. And any family they married into, they didn't have the money or have moved away. In the story of the Humphreys, there was a Humphrey family living in California, was a couple living in Florida as of several years ago, but they were elderly. And of course, it's not like they've got a whole lot of money to come all the way to Chicago just to bury somebody in another plot. So the Libby May Humphrey is still in the Patrick plot, and we believe through research there is 6 to 7 people buried in the Patrick plot, including Libby May Humphrey. All right, well, we're going to go to the next one. This next video is interesting. because this was a photo shoot. This is another reason that Bachelor's Grove was kind of haunted, because you had constant energy there. This is faded away. But used to, heck, during the spring and through the fall, you would have a couple of photo shoots in there almost weekly, and at least one or two monthly for 6, 8 months of the year, and sometimes during the snow. That's another reason that it's not as haunted now. You have a lot less energy because visitation is way down. So let me show you video of a photo shoot that was taken in Bachelor's Grove several years ago. This is not my photo shoot. Like I said, it's not my photo shoot, but these are my photos. This was not the photographer who did the photo shoots camera shooting this. I was standing off to the side, and he let me take pictures the same time he was. Some people call this cemetery desecration, no respect for the dead. I just call it the beauties of Bachelor's Grove. This is the stone where the lady in white was seen sitting. Picture taken by the Oak Marriage Group, the Ghost Research Society. Photographer Judy Huff. She caught a spirit, we believe is Amelia Humphrey, sitting on that stone. Very interesting photos, to say the least. This is beside the most popular stone and the tallest stone in the cemetery. The infant daughter, there, people leave stuff, money, toys all the time. But through research, it's often wondered who is buried there, and we have not found any statement of actually anybody being buried there. They put an infant stone there, and either they were uh, disinterred at the Fuller Stone, or there never was a child buried there. You see where the stone was starting, the base stone was crumbling. It has now been wedged up, embraced with gravel, rock, and some 6x6, I believe, lumber, and is now straighter and much better enforced than what you see here, where it literally had animals living under the stone. I don't think Namala was aware of that at the time. That you could have had a ground squirrel come out of his den and climb up her leg or something. That would have made some interesting video. If you can picture her in that dress trying to run the quarter of a mile to the parking lot. Oh, yeah, that's another thing about Bachelor's Grove. You had to park on one side of the street, cross a 4-lane and with turning lane, 6-lane highway that during the daytime is pretty well traveled by locals. And then once you cross the street, you've got to walk about a quarter of a mile to get to the cemetery. And she is showing the negative part of wearing an extremely long outfit in the olden days. And these outfits were popular back in the 1880s, 1870s. You cross the street, a dirt street, and you drug up everything. And what I mean by everything, I mean the horse poop, the dog poop, uh, uh, the buckets that people throw out the house. And you cross that, you had all kinds of filth and disease on the back of your skirt, and you had to walk around with that the rest of the day. So it wasn't very practical, but it was the style back then. The Hageman, there is not sure. We have no records of them being disinterred. We think the Hagemans are still there, at least a couple. So once again, call this desecration, disrespect for the dead. We believe this is an occupied grave. And that one stone there goes on top. There is a spire that used to go on top of it, but that spire is gone. Somebody took it home for some silly reason. They've had in the past people would walk out with a stone and bring it back because they had ill will there. One was found in a gentleman's backyard. He just bought the house, contacted the former owner, the one he bought the house from, about it. You didn't tell me there was a grave back here. Said there's not. So went over to his former home. Oh, this picture starts the full spectrum photography with the models. So everything's kind of pink. And he looked at it. He said, my son must have brought this here and just put it out by the shed and kind of grow it up, and we forgot about it. And he said that he brought that there, and 6 months after he stole the stone out of the cemetery and took it home, he died in a car accident. You can't make this up unless you're in a horror movie. And so somebody went over there and picked up the stone and put it back in the cemetery approximately where the grave was. So we're all kind of hoping that they got that right and that nobody will steal that stone again. Why you want to go to all the trouble to get in this case, about 150-pound stone and bring it out of the cemetery and then have to get it down a quarter of a mile to your vehicle? I don't know, because you can't back up your vehicle to the cemetery because you have a chain across there. You can't guess. That was a photographer there. All right. This next series of photos is, in fact, the next two are photos of investigations that were there. And here we are. Yeah, here we are. This is a wintertime investigation. Here we are. Now I'm talking. This is a winter investigation. Is my mic working? Hello. Yep, mic's working. Okay. Just my slow internet wasn't showing it very well. This is the creek, and when some of this is ice. You can see just a dusting of snow on the ground. You see where the fence is kind of broken now, where people climbing over the fence. It's been said that you put a higher fence over there, and said it wouldn't matter. You could put a 50, 60-foot fence around the cemetery, and the locals would still try to either cut the fence or climb over it. I suggested maybe she put a couple of half rabid dogs inside the fence. And so, where they just throw meat over there and poison the dogs, and maybe put an armed human guard in there. And it was said that the people would want to get in the cemetery so bad, you would probably kill a person. You couldn't keep a dog in there without a week without them getting killed. And as far as human guards, you couldn't put them in. You'd lose a guard. If you put 2 or 3 guards in every night, you'll lose a couple of guards a month. The people are so desperate to get in there. This was a Christmas meeting out there. Went out there on Christmas Eve. And this is another reason it's not haunted anymore. The cemetery itself wanted an owner, wanted somebody to care for it. And we showed it that. And the haunting started going downhill after that. I have no idea what caused the green. Shouldn't have been picking up green there. I have no earthly idea what that is. All right. We're going to go to the next. This is another investigation set of photos. Again, this is the same time. This is just some other photos from the Christmas at Bachelor's Grove. Apparently, this is a connection issue. This is weird. This is what happens when you take pictures a lot at Bachelor's Grove. Things can get a little sneaky. By the way, this is Carl, the person who used to run the Path to Bachelor's Grove website, and Ursula Belsky, who used to do tours in Chicago, and she is retired from that. Yes, and David Wisner appeared as Santa Claus at this time. Again, these full spectrum shots. We had a wreath for each known stone in the cemetery. And not sure why I'm having trouble downloading these photos. The photos were not like that. But then again, when you're dealing with Bachelor's Grove, I've had pictures stripped off my computer. One photo in particular was on 2 computers, and on the same night, the photo was taken off both computers while they were switched off. So explaining that one. So explain this. I don't know, connection issues, internet issues. I don't know. Interesting effect. Picture of Carl who used to run. Okay, I'm seeing my problem now. 1.37 internet connection. I would reset it, but it may be the best we can do this time of night. As you can tell, this was at dusk. I was pushing getting a ticket for being in here. This is all the equipment packed up except for the camera in my hand on the way out. Okay, that's it for that. Let's move on to some more full spectrum photography taken at Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. As soon as it kicks in, I do have a slow internet connection tonight, as always. Now, these are back again before they kept it cut. They used to cut it just once a year. You saw in the Christmas they trimmed it. They only cut it once a year. They cut it in the fall when everything was dead, and they could switch. They could knock it down. Now they are. Last I heard, they was when I left Chicago area, they were starting to keep it cut. And last I heard, the Forest Reserve was still keeping it cut down. They had to get special permission to cut the cemetery because it's not their property. But of course, Forest Preserve is a subset of Cook County, so they just had to get their higher ups to give them permission. Couldn't get permission for them to write a ticket to somebody inside the cemetery. Also, since I left up there, there was talk about infrared cameras were put up, then were taken down, and then put back up again. So I don't know about that. And I sure don't know what's going on now. That photo just passed has some orbs in it, but that was probably just because I had to use a flash. It was getting kind of dark. I may have to shut down and reboot my internet because this is really, really getting slow. Yeah, when I can't move my mouse, it's getting slow. And on my screen, the Path to Bachelor Grove, the under scroll is stopped. Okay, now it's just kicking back in squirts. Of course, about time everybody's home from uh, anything they did for Halloween, unless they went up to the casino in Pine Bluff. You can tell this was pretty much in the dark. I have no idea what that was walking down the path. That was an interesting photo. Oh, probably that kid. And I don't know what that photo was or why I'm being blocked showing photos. Like I said, could be poor internet connection. But that's weird. But I'm talking about one of the weirdest places in the whole United States. These two were real humans. I'm not saying they're a ghost. That was, they are real. Okay, let's see if I can get these last two videos in while we're slow. Now, I want to go ahead and try to reset now. So, what I'm going to do, pull this out. And I'm going to go with this. So, please stand by. Uh, let me see what kind of speed I'm getting because now I'm coming on cool, not showing a video. Oh, just froze. I'll go ahead and reset it, guys. So we're going to do this right here. Okay, here we are. We are back. Hopefully, we got some faster internet. I think we do. So, got a different background to show here. So, we are going to continue on with our video. We're going to go with the one we were on when it completely lost internet there. Go back with some investigating in the cemetery. Some of these are locals that come through, some are the ones that travel from Chicago to visit the cemetery. This is investigation of the Patrick Stone trying to contact either the lady, the white lady of Bachelor's Grove, which we believe was Amelia Patrick Humphrey, or her firstborn daughter, Livia Mae Humphrey, who died at 11 months and 4 days old, who was buried in the Patrick plot. About an hour ago, the Patrick plot still has between either six or seven, maybe 8 people still buried there, including Livia Mae Humphrey. They buried her in Bachelor's Grove. There's a photo right here of John and Amelia. There's one that's sideways. But the reason I buried her instead of in Orland Park Cemetery, Orland Park Cemetery was John Humphrey founded Orland Park, was the first mayor of Orland Park, but the cemetery in Orland Park was not available for burials until 1869. Livia Mae Humphrey died in 1865. By the way, the picture right there, that was her wedding picture. All right. Oh, this still got a little bit. I'm sorry. Still got a little bit of this investigation. Some people say that putting something on a stone is desecration. One, there's nowhere else to put your equipment in Bachelor's Grove but on a stone. And there's the famous one where the white lady was sitting. We don't know where it actually belongs. It's been pulled off long ago, decades ago, off the grave it was belonged to. Perhaps when they disinterred half the people from the cemetery and put them in active cemeteries. This may have got moved back then. It's been sitting at this place for decades, but there's nobody buried there. We do know that, but we have no clue what grave it come off of, and if that grave is still has somebody buried there, or whether it was one of those that got disinterred and this stone just got left. They may have just pulled the top of it off, that announced who it was, and took it with them and put them on the new grave in an active cemetery. Records are not there. We have no clue. Going back to more full spectrum shots of the cemetery, again before the Forest Preserve started cutting it, and you can see why they cut it, so they can see people hiding in the cemetery at night, and you can see you could hide a small army in those weeds. A lot of us ragweed too. Let me tell you something. I was sneezing mightily when we tried to take these pictures. I had to take all kinds of allergy medicine because I do have an allergy of ragweed. Hey, if you want to terrify me on Halloween, walk up to the door dressed as a ragweed. I will run. Fulton Stone. Like I said, it looks completely different. All cut down. Some of the people coming through. Not that many people visit the place anymore. Their energy has died down. There's no electrical lines near the place. It's hard to pull anything of energy there unless people come through. Without as many people coming through, without as much visitation, without as much of photo shoots, without as much as a silly paranormal investigators coming around, uh, of course the energy is going to die down, and so will the activity. With no desecration now occurring for a while, and the Forest Reserve keeping it cut down and monitoring the place whether to prevent desecration. There, like I said, the Halloween activity is really come down for just a whole laundry list of reasons. So if you want to go there and investigate, you kind of miss the prime time, which was several years ago, about 10 years ago now, almost working on a decade, was prime time for it. Just as when I was back there, I was blessed to come in there when it had the almost peak of activity there. Did a lot of research, found who was the White Lady of Bachelor's Grove, got it confirmed through ghost boxes and Echo Box. She had said yes if she was the White Lady of Bachelor's Grove, and she did. She did admit yes. So what can I say? Paranormally, that's about as good as investigation as you can do. Internet seems to be happier now, maybe a little bit better speed, because I cranked down to almost zero. We were 1.37 there for a little bit. Everything's still working, but then it ground to a halt, and I'm assuming the internet speed ground down. This is kind of prime time. Unfortunately, I need to do my show earlier to get guests. Nobody wants to appear on a midnight show. During the daytime, I usually have a little bit higher speed because people who play games are at home. Are at work. So I don't know. It's a choice of running my show at 11 o'clock in the morning, maybe right after lunch. That's why I do Halloween shows all night long, because I got good internet all night long. Excuse me, I used to be a DJ. Never mind, that was some disco era. Pardon me, I'm a bow bar. But yes, I was a DJ in nightclubs for many years. Again, it's more people visiting. You can see the number of times I was there with other people visiting, and quite a few people there. Those are not ghosts, those are people scattered around the cemetery. That is a person in black there. There's the same person is in black to the left. That is a person. I'm not saying that's a ghost. Said that for all you naysayers. That's not a ghost. That's a person. You're correct. That's a person. And that's a reflection of light on the tree. Well, the sunlight actually hitting a tree. This is the Wheeler grave. We think there's people there. We're not sure if they got exhumed or not. The Higmans, we believe that married couple is still there. As three human beings. I think that's a human being in the background. I think it was somebody on the other side of the fence. I cannot say that's paranormal. At least I think it was a person. That's another view of the stone the lady in white was sitting on. several views showing different parts of the cemetery. It was a shot like this that Judy Huff just got a camera, looked through it, and took a shot of the cemetery overall from across the cemetery, and just happened, and the luck would have it, was able to blow it up and see what we think is Amelia Humphrey sitting on the stone. Have one more video after this, and we're gonna go to it. I believe this is the last shot of this one. Go to the next one. Very bright daytime full spectrum shots. That's why everything's such a bright pink, and you get that real sun reflection right there. The sun was quite bright that day during the summer, maybe spring. If a daughter shot, I explained before, that's also been reinforced so it won't fall down. Unknown if it on radar, and let's find out what graves have people buried there or not. And heard all kinds of hate and discontent from all kind of paranormal investigators that they don't want proof because their arguments are everybody's removed, or their arguments are everybody is still there. I believe it's about half and half. Half the people there got removed, but nobody wants the truth. As far as paranormal investigators, there's too many people making money, telling too many stories, too many exaggerations, and charging too much for tours to say that most of the activity is gone. People don't want to go into a place where most of the activity is gone. So sorry, guys. I had it in it. I was up there 3 or 4 times a week during the spring through the fall when I was there, and then between me, several others in the Forest Reserve, kept a lot of people from going in there, kept a lot of energy from being formed. And it's not as haunted as it used to be. A lot of the hauntings, we found out what they were and stopped it. A lot of the keeping people out of there from desecrating the place, a lot of that has gone passe now. A lot of the people trying to prove they are men, and I think that went away. Going and kicking over the stones. Now you get caught too much. There's a sign. You can't keep it there. Right after that sign was put up, was at the time a new sign, and by my next visit, somebody had ripped it off. It doesn't matter what kind, you can weld it to the fence and they'll break it loose. The nuts were stripped on one side and they still got it. I think you could put a tree up there and put a sign on it, and they dig up the tree and take it with them. Those are two stones. Are those people did get disinterred and interned in another cemetery? They just did not need the stones and left them there under that tree, actually behind the Patrick plot. This is the base stone, so is it desecration putting the camera on a base stone that's been shifted partially off where it used to stand, where the underground part is shifted and leaning. And you see the upper part there, part of it's broken off. The middle stone is there. You see clear to see the word Patrick on it. It's supposed to be on top, but it leans too much because the bottom foundation has been partially uprooted, partially washed away, and is definitely leaning. Call it desecration, call it, you don't have any choice because there's no benches there. You'd have to drag chairs and tables down a quarter of a mile if you wanted to investigate there. I mean, if you want to do a 15-minute investigation, you want to put a piece of equipment on a table, you got to take the table there. There's no benches, no chairs, no nothing. Just keep your equipment on the ground or put it on a stone or hold it. And you can see the issue here. You got SB7, a K2 meter, and a camera. It's hard to hold everything, especially when you got another camera in your hand. If you got a 4 or 5 man team, yeah, you can do that. But when you're by yourself, that's all you can do unless you just throw all your equipment on the ground. And then what are you going to pick up when you throw your equipment on the ground? This is my investigate where I finally got, at least I believe, Libby Mae Humphrey to talk and got her where she could actually move and broke her loose of the cemetery where her mother didn't have to come get her every evening, which is what Judy Huff caught when she saw Amelia Humphrey sitting on the stone. Was Amelia coming in and retrieving her firstborn child out of a very haunted, in an evil way, cemetery. I told them just take off, take a vacation, go see the world, and she only answers a couple of people in Bachelor's Grove now. I believe Dale Kazmarek is one of the very few people who can call her name, and sometimes she will answer, sometimes she will not even answer him. Very few other people have gotten any answer, even asking for Amelia herself, because her and Libby are gone. I said, go see some cities. You didn't get to travel much in your time. So I think they have. So sorry about that, guys. I kind of ended the haunting of Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. All right. What I'm going to do is do some reading here about Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. Looks like we got some good internet, so I should be able to do this. Give it a second to kick over. Hang on just a second. Okay. Explain to you first. We're going to cover a little bit of history. Bachelor Cemetery is on a plot of 1 acre of farmland put aside by early farmers in the area to be a burial place for locals who passed. Bachelor Grove Cemetery has a worldwide reputation of being one of the most haunted places in America. Some call it the most haunted cemetery in the world. I don't quite agree with that statement. I think the catacombs in Paris has it beat as far as hauntings go, just because of sheer size. Grove, the number of people buried in Paris goes into the thousands, and there's acre upon acre of catacombs there under Paris. This is only a 1 acre cemetery, but it is, I would say, is one of the most was anyway. It's not very haunted now, thanks to me. Sorry, but I think it's one of the most haunted acres in the world. Cemetery sits near the heart of the southwest suburban forest preserve district of Cook County, surrounded by the dense woods that make up Rubico Woods in Midlothian, Illinois. Exact date it became a cemetery is currently unknown. Cemetery is one of the first in the area and predates any cemetery requirements and laws. The Everton family is the first documented having owned the farmland that would eventually be the cemetery and surrounding forest preserve. This came when Edward Everton sold the farm to Frederick Smith in 1865. The deed was written that the farm was sold to Smith with the exception of the 1 acre to be used as a cemetery. Earliest headstone dates 1832, but there are interviews recorded of older locals that remember seeing headstones dated much earlier. Those have been stolen or used in an active cemetery when they got disinterred. You hear my voice going? I've done a lot of talking over the last few nights. My voice is still about gone. And I got the night to survive and 2 more nights to go. And I do have a doctor's appointment at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon, so I can't go too late tonight. So I'm sipping iced tea so I can stay awake to at least maybe 1 or 2 o'clock. Put aside the veil of the paranormal that hovers over Bachelor's Grove Cemetery, past the ghost stories and urban legends, there's also a rich history that runs deep. Some of those buried in Bachelor's Grove were pioneers, founding fathers of the very busy surrounding townships and suburbs. It was the later part of the 1920s, the first wave of documented settlers, comprised mainly of Irish, English, and Scottish descent, began to move from the overcrowded cities on the East Coast, mainly New York. After having spent a good portion of their younger years in the big cities like New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, some were brave enough to begin again in the big move west. Single men ready to make their own mark in life had the opportunity to stake a claim on a plot of land previously unclaimed. When specified movements on the land were completed, the land would be theirs. The process began with them moving west. Most of the original Bachelor's Grove families traveled to Chicago first and moved out to where what there are the suburbs now. Keeping Bachelor's Hall was a commonly used to describe maintaining the life of a single man or settlements founded by large groups of bachelors, such as Bachelor's Grove in Illinois. One of the first ones was Stephen Rexford. Local 1917 manuscript states Rexford's roots kept Bachelor's Hall. Rexford arrived in the area in 1832 and was one of the original single settlers in Bachelor's Grove. Stephen will claim that it was he who named the settlement Bachelor's Grove. Many years later, this will be proved incorrect, with reference to the settlement being found in a missionary's notes that predate Rexford's arrival. Crandall name is also those among the earliest settlers. Herman Crandall was the first of the family to arrive. He gave some history in a 1929 news article. Herman walked from New York to Fort Dearborn in 1833. I'm assuming that was a rebuilt Fort Dearborn, since the original Fort Dearborn was destroyed in War of 1812, and bought 80 acres of land and rented just a few miles south of where Bachelor's Grove Cemetery is now. Two brothers followed suit, arriving shortly after Herman. In the following year, some sisters made the brave move west as well. John Fulton, you saw the Fulton son, and his wife Jane left Ireland for American soil in 1839. In 1844, they traveled by covered wagon from New York. They bought an 80-acre farm, what is known as Oak Forest. They are said to have had a total of 14 children back in the days where you had a whole bunch of children. That's why they have the largest plot in Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. Their oldest son, John Fulton Jr., in his later years told the pioneering days of the family resided in the wild. Local Indians would come in the mornings for milk from the Fulton cows and return in the evening to bring them a hind quarter of venison. It was one of the few existing first-hand accounts of the early settlers' interaction with indigenous people of the area. Now, being a member of the Westerners gives me a unique outlook on history, and it shows a mistake that Hollywood gave everybody, that you couldn't drive a wagon in the 1830s through the 1880s and 90s out west, going to California, Oregon, or wherever you were headed, without getting attacked by Indians. Those were actually very rare. The number of people killed in accidents, either falling off the wagon, or getting run over by a horse, or getting run over by a wagon, or getting accidentally shot, far outnumbered the number of people actually killed by Native Americans. There were some attacks, there was a couple of massacres, but when you talk about several decades, and then you talk about just a few wagon trains getting hit and massacred, you finally see that, okay, the maybe in India's attacked a wagon train every 7 or 8 years, with wagons going by almost on a daily basis during the spring, summer, and fall. At some point in time, the Fultons are said to have acquired partial ownership of Baxter's Grove Cemetery. This information comes from a family legend. There is no known documentation to support the claim, but they have been taking care of and advocating for the cemetery in many years. Fulton has stayed prominent local town positions through the years. Many of John's descendants still reside in Tinley Park, Blue Island, and Brenham Township. Approximately 15 members of the Fulton family are laid to rest at Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. Now, why they didn't disinter them in the late 80s, they just didn't have the money or just didn't have the want to. Don't know, but theoretically, they should have been disinterred. Well, they did that in the late 80s, but they did not. Now we're going to go to legends and lore. The reason we go to this is because it's notorious for its stories of the bizarre and unexplained. Baxter's Grove Cemetery, called one of the most haunted places in the world. Like I said, maybe the hauntest acre of the world. We are going to talk about documented existence just a few decades shy of 200 years. Although it's suspected is much older, possibly dated back to the Black Hawk War, there is no proof or documentation. And we will get back to this in just a second. I have to step away for a minute. So Okay, I have returned. Sorry about that. Just had to step away. Medical reason. We are going to take some of this stuff out that may be entering some internet space, and we've already seen that. So there we go. So back to where I was. The tales of the weird, spooky, and paranormal began to become a mainstream topic in the late 40s and early 50s. From there, the hand me down local stories began to surface, along with the countless personal experiences of those that visited. Many tales, have been told and retold, of course. This is called folklore and urban legends. The infamous stories have remained fairly consistent, though, over the years. I just talk about it word of mouth. I'm going to say it. I am going to say the word. A friend of mine from Vancouver, Dave Scott, has a podcast, very well known podcast. He's actually on live radio and he must have a gajillion watchers and members, etc. One of the larger people. He does a lot of UFO stuff now because he did have a UFO experience. But he was certain word everybody's supposed to have a drink. The grove seems to be a plethora of continuous, inexplicable circumstances. Plethora. If you say it, you gotta have a shot. So I've said it about 3 times. So anybody playing a drinking game, go for it. Desecration, condemnation, vandalism, satanic rituals, murderous mobsters, possibly disturbed Indian mounds, rumors of cursed land, an ominous quarry pond. The pond is a rock quarry that got filled. It's not very deep, and it's where they cut a lot. It's hard granite, and it's where a lot of the people who live in the area cut rock out of that rock to build the foundations to their homes. A lot of that rock can be found as foundations the other side of the creek from the cemetery. And that pond just formed in the hole where they cut the rock out. And running water, Baxter's Grove Creek. All these things alone are enough to disrupt a graveyard and attract negative energy. Together, they create an optimum spot to collaborate and form a perfect storm of paranormal activity. You also have heartache. You have bad lives. It's a little bit crazy what's going on in there. Possibly other dimensions. There has been, I've seen myself, 2 portals opened up in there to another dimension. Is that strictly to the other side? Some kind of halfway point? Don't know. And is it a negative attachment there? Are the vortexes or portals going to a good place or a bad place? Or both? This is some beliefs that have come around. It has a dark undertone. Nighttime is a whole different ballgame in there. Nighttime was always a very, very different feel than daytime. So why did families not continue to live in this location? Well, the last few houses got changed when the Midlothian Highway was moved 75, 80 yards to the north, where it runs today. The small 2-lane road was transferred to a 4-lane highway. It used to run right in front of the cemetery. Now it runs, like I said, 50, 80, 90 yards the other side of the cemetery. So but the path to Baxter's Grove used to be Midlothian Highway. And you actually see it going back in there close to where the foundations were, because they were once on the highway. And there was one or two houses there closer to the parking lot that you passed going to the cemetery. There was the last people to live in the area. Why wasn't where? What happened to the people who lived the other side of the cemetery down the path, across the creek? Was the land just that scary that you couldn't live there? What happened in the Indian village? Was it wiped out? I mean, you had good land, you could grow things. You had a spring-fed stream running there that ran into where the Cal-Sag Canal is. They just basically followed a stream and dug the stream out. So what is now Bachelor's Grove Creek runs into the Cal-Sag. It once ran into a pretty good sized stream in there because they just dug out the stream when they built the Cal-Sag. So one of the things, mid-70s, back when this was seen, I personally have never seen this, is late night drivers seeing a car pulled over the side of the Midlothian Turnpike near the cemetery. When they passed it, looked in the rearview mirror, there was no car there. The car seemed to have disappeared. Other accounts tells a vehicle coming up from behind, passing them, only pull off the side of the road ahead of them in the near distance. As they approached the area where the vehicle had pulled off, no vehicle would be there. And a couple in the late 70s reported they were actually involved in an accident with a phantom car. The corners of District 11 and Midlothian Turnpike, looking both ways, they pulled out and crashed into a car. They felt the impact and sounds of crushing metal, broken glass. They exited the vehicle, and a brown sedan faded from sight, and there was no damage done to their vehicle, although they felt impact. And other sightings or hearing older style vehicles. This is 20s and 30s vehicles driving by the front of the cemetery. The past ones were on the existing Midlothian Turnpike. On the older Midlothian Road running in front of the cemetery, the existing path we talked about. It's an old style vehicle driving that past the cemetery entrance and going to the Midlothian Turnpike and fade from sight. Others, they had their vehicle cut off and had to restart their car, which they could as soon as they got out of the area. Another one that I have heard of, again, not seen. I've had people claim that some of the photos I show actually they see a farmhouse in the back of the photos. Is this the mind seeing something that makes sense, or just seeing leaves and lights, thinking it looks something like a house because the brain is trying to interpret what the eyes are seeing, and it looks like a house or something, and it's not. It's just leaves and sunlight. The late 60s is when the house started coming out. People see the house and try to approach it. It begins to shrink smaller in size to disappear from sight. Mostly described as two-story white columned house with a porch, a swing, and a soft light burning in the window. Sometimes see with a line of people up to the front door waiting to go in. It is said if you go into the house, you are never to be seen again. I don't know how many missing reports came up that people may have been in the area that happened to. I will say I've walked all over the woods around the cemetery, and nothing ever happened to me. There's a lot of speculation what structures actually existed in the area around Bachelor's Grove. Many people say there was nothing ever built on the land. Of course, the well and foundation remains a point to something having been there at some point in time. And yes, there is one of the foundations has a well. Of course, the foundation to the house. There's another one that used to have a foundation of a little bit larger house and a round foundation that, of course, was probably storage for grain, what they were growing in the area. They stored it there. So that there were people living there. Were any of these homes a two-story type of like this? All we have is hand-drawn maps from the early 1900s. They were not very accurate. Measurements and scale were definitely not there. Well, recently, pictures have surfaced through research, talking with families, and there was one that fits the description so told in the Phantom Farmhouse. There was one house there that was actually two stories and was big enough to meet the description that people have had. But are people actually seeing a house that's long since even the foundation is gone? There's people have come in there back as late as 2012 and told about the path about halfway to the entrance was where the house was. Same description: white two-story swinging porch, no mention of a light. They told them there's no house there. They laughed. They were everybody was joking, and people were adamant and getting angry because they said they saw the house. And had they approached it, it may have disappeared on them. Another thing that happens there, let me check again to make sure I'm still going out. Yes, I am still going out. I cannot hear myself, even with headphones on. Unseen footsteps. You sometimes hear footsteps as you come into Bachelor's Grove. Somebody walking with you. I've experienced this myself, walking there by myself many times. Many others have experienced it. Many visitors hearing footsteps on their sides a little into the forest and walking in and out. I've heard some of the woods where it sounded like somebody was walking through. Of course, it could have been an animal. I'm not saying it was definitely paranormal, but why would an animal be walking toward a human? Usually they will run away. If I hear something going away from me, I'll automatically assume animal. When they're walking parallel, it's either something hunting me, there's nothing there big enough to hunt a human, or because there are coyotes in the area. The coyote at the sight of man usually hightails it. That happened to me one morning. I was there right after the daylight and happened to look up, and there was two coyotes approaching the cemetery, but they got a whiff of me and they were gone. And when those things take off, they disappear quick. A lot of the people are being watched. Boy, every time I went in there, until the last few times, you do feel as if you're being watched. Sometimes you get an evil type feeling, and even regular visitors knew when they felt that outside the cemetery to do not walk in. They walk right on. This is locals where it's a big hiking thing to go down the Methodian Highway. There's a path, a big circle path that circles around and takes you back out to close to the highway. There's also ones you can walk to, carries you some of the local houses when you go out the backside. But they knew when it was evil inside the cemetery, they knew better than to walk in. And I've seen it so evil that even I felt bad about walking in. Going that 2012, came into the grove. By the Hagman Stone. They had activity on Oculus. Outstretched over us. 2 footsteps was compressed grass and sprung back up halfway. The person witness had said they saw a dark mass move to the side. It's affected the people standing in the area. The person who actually wrote this later refused to walk down the main path because he felt like he was being stared at or walked with to the cemetery, and would park in the parking lot, walk all the way past the cemetery down the Midlothian Highway, go off the Midlothian Highway, and come down a small path coming down the back way that you had to kind of climb over a couple things through the woods and get on a path there. He did that because to get the chilly feeling he would get walking down the pathway. The thinking is also Al Capone. I hate to mention him because the man doesn't like me. And you wonder how somebody who died way before I was born uh, doesn't like each other. Well, he has interfered with me, and I have watched him. It was a popular gangster hangout in the Prohibition era. It could have been a safe house, one of the old what's now foundations in the 1820 and 1920s and 30s. Could have well had a wooden house there. They could have had one of the old farmhouses and hid there as a safe house. Out in the middle of the woods, this is before the Forest Preserve took over the whole area. They could get back there, hide their car in the woods, and which is easy enough, and hide in one of those shacks that very few people knew about. There has been guns found in the creek when the water flow nearly stopped, especially or after a flood when it had a lot of rain, and then go in there a few days where there were after about 2 or 3 weeks when the rain had subsided, and you just don't know what you'll find. There's pieces of plates have been found in there, guns have been found in there, but be careful if you go there of what you remove, because only one person found several ceramic remains of some very nice china pieces that had been broken back there, took them home, and they had shadow figures appearing at the foot of their bed constantly, at the foot of their child's bed. They moved the plate fragments and they would still appear at their bed. So I told her the way to get rid of that is just take the fragments and put them back where you found them. They did that and ended their haunting. Did she have an attachment? Or did she just have a haunting of some spirit that did not want items taken out of the cemetery? One article in the newspaper in 2728 tells 3 people murdered that were directly tied to an ugly dispute involving Al Capone. All 3 bodies were bullet riddled, 2 of them found in ditches within miles of Bachelor's Grove Cemetery and the Quarry Pond. There was the article was dated October 21st, 1927, tells of a Chicago Heights woman shot 69 times when she opened the door of a home. 15 minutes later, the body of a man was found in a ditch at 167th Street, Central Avenue, not far from Bachelor's Grove. He'd been shot in the head 9 times. How do you shoot somebody in the head 9 times? Or why you would do that? Further investigation led police to learn the two were involved in an extramarital affair and that the woman was an FBI informant. After becoming involved, the man confided in the woman that he managed several moonshine stills in the area. In August 28, a man was found in a ditch, this time at 179th and Central. The body was half concealed by brush and broken in such a way to indicate it had been tossed from a moving vehicle. This was a customary way to end what was known as the mob-associated last ride. More than a dozen machine gun bullets peppered the victim's head and shoulders. The body also had injuries conducted to have been tortured. Police could not directly connect this to the murder with any mob ties, but believed it to be involved in the area liquor wars. Could this be the beginnings of the story of Al Capone and the pond? Despite all this, there is no extra report of a body being recovered from within the quarry pond or the immediate area has ever surfaced, i.e., the farmer who lost control of his horse while he was plowing, and due to the fact that he was tied to the horse, if you see some of the ancient dragging a plow behind the horse, drug him into the water, and both horse and man drowned. But there's no confirmation of this, no records of this. No bones have ever been recovered in it. And that pond is not very deep. It's about 6 deep at its deepest. There may be a deeper part in there, but several people have walked in it, even at its deepest, when it's full of water after it rained, is 6 feet, and it has dropped to as low as probably close to 4.5 feet during a mini drought. That's why I always said that Al Capone, you would not hide a body that you killed for Al Capone. You wouldn't hide it in 6 feet of water, say nothing in 5 feet. Maple Lake's not too far away from the area, much closer to with the Irish ledge I'm talking about, much closer to a brothel and a speakeasy, and much closer to Maple Lake, which is 50 to 60 feet deep, another man-made lake in that area. There was a partial body from Cicero Bottling Company found in the creek, as I said, after heavy rain. Al Capone was rumored to have interest in the company. His brother was called Bottles Capone because he bottled a lot of soft drink, and soft drink in quotes there intentionally. Although, with using the SB7 and an Echo box, like I'll be doing uh, tomorrow, tonight I'm dedicating to Bachelor's Grove. I might do one tonight. I'm not sure. But they come up with the same number. At different occasions, different people, two different devices, they come up with the same number, 12, when asked how many bodies were in the pond. Possible. Over the years, 12 people may have drowned there. Don't know. Someone may have been swimming in the pond and dove in and hit bottom, breaking their neck and drowning, or simply hit their head on the piece of granite that sticks out of the ground as one side of the pond, slipped, banged their head, and fell in the pond. Don't know. That's not recorded. Cannot find it anywhere in the records. You also have a problem with electronics interference. As I said, with that one picture, same picture, two different on two different cameras, on on one camera, and on two different computers, two different sides of Chicago, and they were both taken off on the same night. And that's just plain old weird. Battery drainage is extremely common in the area, be it cameras, be it devices. I myself have seen some batteries just completely go. Some that charged up 30 minutes for coming out would run a camera. I put them in the camera, they're fully charged, and within 10 minutes they were totally discharged when normally a full charged battery would run at least 3 hours nonstop. Then after a 10-minute video, it shuts down low battery. I have seen some that shut down because of low battery, started back up a few minutes later, and it had reduced in charge a little bit, but was still able to run another 2 hours before saying totally discharged. That happens constantly in there is battery usage. The more you hang out there, the less it happens. Actually, they love to spirits that love to drain the battery of a newbie. They also love to scare the bejesus out of a newbie. Was in there one day and was getting a little feedback using, I believe, an SB7 or the Echovox, I forget. And we were getting a lot of names, just a list of names. And the lady who was helping me wrote down the names and the time. Well, a young couple walked in with their baby, and when they came in, several names were said. We had them down with the time they walked in. They walked around and were walking back by on their way out, and it hit me. There's a baby there. And I said, "What's the baby's name?" And they gave me the baby's name. It was a name that was called out at the exact time that the couple walked into the cemetery. And it was a child's voice. Did one of the kids that hung around Baxter's Grove, one of the Humphrey kids that hung out there to play with Libby May, did one of them shout out the baby's name when they walked into the cemetery? I told the couple this, told the lady this, and she just stopped and just froze in place. Husband turned around because he'd walked away a few steps, come back and said, "What's going on?" And I told him. He didn't freeze, he lit out. His wife had the baby in one of those carry uh, reverse backpacks, I usually call them, that hung on the front, the chest and belly. And she looked at him, looked at me, and started trying to trot with that baby on her chest. She got out of the cemetery. I had a bad knee at the time. I've had both my knees replaced, by the way. And this was before the first one. I one replaced in Chicago, one in North Little Rock here in Arkansas. And time I got to the gate, they disappeared around a turn. And we're talking about 150 yards away. She had tried to run that distance and he had lit out, leaving her and the child there in the cemetery. And she was struggling to catch up with him because I simply just said, "We had a spirit name your child's name when you walked in." All right, there's also somebody who saw a blue, whitish ball of light about the size of a softball moving around the Newman grave. Somebody said a reddish light. That's been going around since 12 and 13. Reddish light said to be bright, rich, deep in color, like a stoplight color looks. More of a line, a bar of light, approximately 2 to 3 feet in length. We don't know what causes this, but we do know what happens. And this is with naked eye, not a camera. I'm not talking about orbs or, where you move the camera a little bit while the picture is being taken. Show a slow shutter speed. Say that real fast 3 times. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you see with your naked eyes. In 1979, a research group captured on film what appeared to be a hooded figure holding a baby in its arms during a visit to the grove. Another one says a woman in a long dress, white dress, wandering through the cemetery, searching for something. 2 local officers claim to have seen a misty figure woman carrying an infant. The ghostly figure is known by many different names, probably due to the variation of descriptions of each city. The Lady in White, White Lady, Ms. Rogers, and the Madonna are the most names. Madonna became popular in 1991 when Judy Huff of Dale's Ghost Mary Ghost Research Society caught the image that I spoke of about an hour ago, sitting on a headstone, quoted headstone, that again we saw in the photos earlier, and got her picture taken. She used 35 millimeter photography. The timing on it was set, shutter speed was set to high speed, and it was the lady sitting on the stone, and there was no other people in her shot. She purposely aimed it. There was a couple other people around in the cemetery, but nothing anywhere near that stone. Another theory tells of a mother buried next to her infant in the cemetery. That legend comes from a mixture of lore and incorrect burial information. Luella Fulton is buried in lot 15 beneath the large Fulton stone, which stands beside the infant daughter stone. It was rumored that the infant daughter referred to on the stone was the daughter of Luella Fulton and her husband Daniel Rogers, as they were buried in the lot beside where the infant stone is located. Probably later that person be referred to as Mrs. Rogers by some. There is a Madonna there. She did sit on the stone. Ghost Adventures had, among other shows, tested the negative, and said an expert said the negative was not tampered with. My theory, and one that I have verified using a ghost box, was Amelia Patrick Humphrey. First wife of Senator John Humphrey, Orland Park, prominent politician. He was a state senator and the most powerful man in Cook County outside of Chicago in his day in the 1870s and 80s. Libby May was their child, and she is still buried there. The rest of them are buried in Zion Lutheran Evangelical Cemetery in Tinley Park. And there are a few, according to me, that like to state Amelia Patrick Madonna as being fact. We don't know who we're talking to. We cannot prove we're talking to ghosts. People say we talk to aliens. Could be talking to Bigfoot. You get to open up a spirit box or an echo box. Who are you talking to? I don't know. I can't prove it. Now, of course, we go back to the Amelia Humphrey, as I talked about earlier. Died in 1865, 11 months and 4 days old. Alongside Amelia's grandmother, Anne, and 2 of her Amelia's young siblings. John and Amelia will lose 3 more children under a year old, and another is a teen. 7 children, only 3 survived. Amelia named 2 of her daughters after her young sisters, Lily and Clara, which died only months apart in 1862. That was the first two. They're buried in the Patrick plot in Bachelor's Grove. So you wonder where the children came from. Amelia in her early adulthood was surrounded by the death of young ones. So there's a tragic reason for her walking around the cemetery crying or carrying a baby. It is rumored that Amelia suffered from rheumatism. For several years, she just returned from spending some time in Hot Springs, Arkansas. And by the way, that is a bucket list, and it's not a very big bucket list. Very, very achievable. I don't live too far from Hot Springs. And when we go there, we will stay in one of the more historic places. And I will be doing some ghost hunting. And one of my goals is to see if I can contact Amelia there. Contacted her in Baxter's Grove, contacted her in the house built by John Humphrey, the Humphrey House. And since she did came to down here to Arkansas, I do not live very far from Hot Springs. So just an hour or so drive, I can be maybe an hour and a half at most. I can be in downtown Hot Springs, checked in, and see if I can contact Amelia at that time. Because the stress and negativity that she faced with her husband playing around on her with his secretary for their entire marriage almost. And it says she developed pneumonia and died from complications a few weeks later. And the information that's been found on her does support the Amelia Patrick Humphrey theory. To her first born female is buried in Bachelor's Grove, Libby May, but her young sisters, two of them, were also, that I mentioned a few minutes ago, are buried there. Okay, I said earlier, I was mistaken, that the padded stone that the White Lady of Bachelor's Grove was seen sitting sits on the lot 73, which belongs to William and Mary Rick. They died in 1899. Blood infection, or septic, from childbirth. She was 23 years old. Mary Rick. There are several infants buried around Mary Rick's grave. One of the infants is buried with her mother, Hattie Strutenberg Adams. Could this be part of Bachelor's Grove, the Madonna of Bachelor's Grove? Who knows? Was it her sitting on the stone? Don't have any pictures to look. We do have the one picture of Amelia. There are 11 children under 10 years old. Most are tragic stories and grief stricken parents. The Madonna has been seen with a baby, without a baby, searching. Could there be different people seen by different people? And it was just So happened it was somebody who looked like Amelia Patrick sitting on that stone taking a break after coming there to pick up her child. Or was it somebody else? The dress looks the same. I've had several people look at the two photos side by side and say this is the same person. So that's the discussion. Who was White Lady Baptist Grove? I personally believe, and about most majority of people do believe, it was Amelia Patrick Comfort because I was several different people using SB7s, using EchoVox have asked that question over the box. Ask if are you Amelia Patrick Hundred? Got a yes. Are you the White Lady of Baptist Grove? Got a yes. So this is why I think this is just through paranormal research that she's the one. Although the other women could actually have been seen walking around in the cemetery, other than the one photo we have of the spirit. Unseen voices. Yes, sometimes you will hear voices. I have actually had to answer voices that hollered out, hollering my name. Some of them say, hey, hey, or hi. Other times you hear your own name called out. I've heard my name called out when nobody should have called it out. Other numbers, names, Legend of the Black Dog. Somebody call it the Demon Dog. It's a black shadow dog. A big dog had passed away in the area. That's bound to happen in the country like that. Back in the early 1800s, vet care just wasn't given to a dog. And you had a dog, you have it for a certain number of years. Now it's about 10 or 12, 15 years. You can expect a dog to have live there. Back then, human beings didn't live much past 40 as an average. Dogs lived even less. You get a dog, you're liable to lose that dog within 5 years, 4 or 5 years. That's as long as you're going to have a dog. So there's probably several dogs that died in the area. So is it a satanic dog? Is it demonic? I don't think so. It's probably just a pet that roamed around the area and just comes around once in a while. There was, of course, the caretaker and his family living in a house in the woods. And he went a little stir crazy and raised and killed his entire family and then himself. So he was overcome with evil spirits that told him to kill his family. The townspeople burned down the caretaker's house to erase all memory of the story. Another story is the stranded couple, area near the cemetery, and a bit of lover's lane to, park and make out. Had a popular place back in my hometown. It was a hill overlooking a damned lake, and we used to go up there and say we were attending the submarine races. Of course, in a lake, you don't have submarines in a lake. You couldn't see anything if you went down there because of the muddy nature of being on a part of a river. Lots of fish down there, but to go out and see, you get 10 or 15, 10 or 12 feet under there, and even during the brightest days, it's just a murk. You couldn't see, 2 feet in front of you. So there are no submarines there. Go over and see the submarine races. Know what you're doing. But this one story, they tried to start the car. It's out of gas, or the engine is stalled. The car won't start. He said he'll leave the car and go get help. The girl waiting in the car hears a scratching noise on the roof of the car. Still a scratching noise. Are we still going? Yes, we are. We're still. Hey, everything's working now. I reset it. I got good internet. All right. But a little bit of scratchy stuff. George is on the roof of the car. Scratching continues on and off for some time. She's curious about the noise, but is afraid to move, of course. She finally sees blue lights and a siren appear behind her. Officer approaches the car, opens the door, and asks her to follow him to the police squad car and stressed adamantly, do not turn around and look behind her. This goes back to a Bible story. Now, the lady who turned into salt, because she turned around and looked, she cannot control her curiosity and turns around to see her boyfriend hanging from a tree above the car. His throat slit, his fingers barely brushing the roof of the car, his fingernails making a scratch, 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 scratch on the roof of the car. The sight drove the girl into total insanity. This is backed up where a police officer was asked and interviewed. Who reports of the incident. He told his police report he had seen total of baby-sized footprints on the roof of the car. He also claimed the girlfriend of the murdered boy was in a mental institution in Tinley Park. He spoke adamantly of the existence of this report and the truth to the story, but when further discussed the officer with Salt, he recanted his story and faded away from any further contact. In other words, they caught him with loose lips one time and then denied that this story ever happened. So, did this occur or did it not? Is it lore? Someone's fantasy? Or did somebody get their throat cut right outside the Bachelor's Grove? Get hanged from a tree with his fingernails? Scratch, scratch, scratch on the roof of the car. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Picture yourself alone in a car. The male you were with walked off to get help. And the police officer shows up and tells you not to look at the car. You do. And what do you see? Fingernails. Scratching as the body swung in the wind on the roof of the car. Baby footprints on the roof of the car. In a place where child spirits are known to happen. I would say believe it or not, but that's been patented. Anyway, that's just some of the rumors Why he came down to Bachelor's Grove. I'm not going to say his name, but he was a biker and has gone back to that lifestyle. He was in the paranormal for about a year, about 2 years, I guess. He was saying that the place kind of gripped him, a deeper thing of understanding, mainly through talking to me and others who went down there. He was dating someone who had done a lot of research there, a female. A lot of it has been negative, especially what he experienced. Said it's not something you just see on the History Channel. He truly believes there are negative attachments or entities not of this world, from another dimension, parallel world, or whatever. They come in there. Proving it, prove Bigfoot, prove there are aliens. There's no arguable proof about it. The pictures they have of unidentified flying objects, so they're just that unidentified flying objects. It could be anything. Is it proof of aliens? No. If you knew it was an alien spaceship, it's not a UFO anymore. It's identified. It's an IFO, an unidentified flying object. It's a spaceship. But you don't see seal photos. This is a spaceship. We don't know what planet it's from, but it's a spaceship. No, you just say it's a UFO because you can't prove it's anything. You can't prove it's a spaceship. Although if I was ever abducted, they say take me to the leader. I'm going to point to somebody and say, "This is our immediately neighborhood. That's our leader right there. Can I go see your warp drive, please? Because you had to get faster than light travel to get here. I want to see how it works. Thank you very much. Just show me to." I pointed to the leader, our leader. Point me out to your engineer because I'd love a conversation with him and see exactly how that warp drive works. Then I'd probably disappear because the American government or some government, the Chinese government, would kidnap me and say, "Okay, you know how a warp drive works? Reverse engineer it for us." But dude, I just know how it works. I don't know how to build it. I mean, we know how a windmill works, where it's driving a grinding stone, or where you like the current windmills generating electricity. Yeah, that's a windmill generating electricity. There it is. I know what it looks like. How's it work? Oh, gonna if I know. Gotta build one. No, that's out of my education. All right, we have seen a lot of pictures of Bachelor's Grove. I've been on the internet for a while. This show is 2 hours and 20 minutes long. It's almost midnight on Halloween. We are almost to the area. By the way, I hope everybody's having a happy Halloween. I have zero people watching this show right now, but I'm sure people will watch it in review because I've put out a lot of information about Bachelor's Grove. People really crave that. The path to bachelorsgrove.com is not being updated, has not been updated in 2.5 years. I'm really hoping that the former person who controlled that site doesn't just let it lapse and that valuable information, and I just touched on it, fades away into nothingness when the website comes down. And a couple of different people have that information. I will describe some of it. There's one person that had information, a lot of research in the paranormal, dating the same person, same woman that was in the paranormal. And he started acting a little crazy. Him and her broke up because they came to the Bachelor's Grove location a few too many times. He has in the past, he moved away moved a couple of hours away. He would travel to Bachelor's Grove on his days off during the spring and summer, and would go in there and climb a tree and wait for a tour to come through and start making noises and making fun of people on the tour. He would deny anything you're working with. Now, if you got an Echo Vox, it says that's just an app. It doesn't work. You're not hearing anything. You go in there with an SB7 and say that's just radio noise. Of course, there is a lot of radio noise in a place like Chicago. You're picking up during a scan a blurb from every radio station in Chicago, which in the suburbs, which is a lot of radio stations. Almost every channel it hits, there's a radio station within 30 or 40 miles of that location, and you'll hear a blurb out of it. He'll say, what kind of camera you got? Well, it's a full spectrum camera. That's not a full spectrum camera. It doesn't work like that. But that's what the camera's called, even though it's not really a full spectrum camera. You take out the infrared filter and you got to take out the UV filter, which is something most cameras have, and that's why it goes to visible light. Cameras they put those filters in, so you have the full color pictures like you're looking at with the sound bouncing around of me, which was taken, by the way, about 30 feet across the old Midlothian Highway, across the path from Baxter's Grove, right from the front gate. The person who took the picture was standing almost in the opening of the front gate to the cemetery. This person is the last person I know of that had the keys to the site, Bachelor's, the path to bachelorsgrove.com. And if you want to look at that, I don't think it's been looked at. He may not go to it. He had some bad experiences. Not only did the guy start climbing trees down there, the lady went a little bit nuts by coming down there all the time, because the cemetery wanted a caretaker. The cemetery wanted somebody to kind of take ownership of the place and take care of it. The county has stepped in. The Forest Preserve has stepped in and is cleaning it up where the cemetery does have some kind of ownership. The county technically owns it, and now the county is actually keeping it cleaned up, if nothing else, just to keep people out of it, keep the desecration down. Because if they own it, they got tired of being talked about rather badly in different media for not taking care of it and allowing the desecration for decades. So that's why, again, it's not haunted as much as it was anymore. A lot of the rumors have been discounted, speculated upon. The evil late afternoon, nighttime spirits have faded with the lack of desecration. The lady in white, due to the fact that her child managed to learn how to talk and learn how to move around on her own, the white lady no longer feels the need to come down there every evening and pick up her child. The child moves a lot of it to the Humphrey House, which I have heard stopped allowing its once a month tours. You could go out there. I believe it was the second, but I believe it was the third Sunday of every month. They opened up for tours. So you go out there all day long from, before church time in the mornings to the evening and tour the place. And they'd be there to answer any kind of questions. Well, some people at the paranormal start going out there, befriended the people running the historic district out there, and in the town, and they start holding some kind of events, paying a little bit of money to have events out there. I actually took advantage of one. I'm one of the very few people. The other two, one got married, he's got a family. He doesn't do a whole lot in the paranormal anymore. The other one just totally vanished. This guy, he did something wrong and just vanished off the face of the earth. I don't know what anybody I talked to doesn't know what happened to him. But the three of us did do an all-night investigation. Other people have been there for seances with bigger groups. This night it was just the three of us there. We were locked in. They let us stay in there for 5 or 6 hours at night. And I had some contact with John Humphrey. And one of the other guys said he did. And we had he screamed. The one that disappeared, he screamed. Now I cannot verify, did not see what he saw. I'm not going to say he lied, but if you tell me he lied, and I say, well, that's possible. Let's just put it that way and leave it. But I'm one of three and the only one really active in the paranormal who has visited the Humphrey house at night. And some people are upset with me because I did spend the night in Bachelor's Grove, but I did. I was ready to challenge the laws that this was an active cemetery night and see if you were still going to find me by asking for a court date instead of posting the bond and paying the ticket, basically. And I was going to say, is this an active cemetery? It's a closed cemetery. There's no active burials here. Is it still under that law? Because I got away with being in the forest preserve because I got dropped off there at 5:30 in the afternoon. I was picked back up at 8:30 in the morning. So I was not walking through, because you have to walk to get to the cemetery. You have to go through the forest preserve. I was there. I passed through Forest Preserve, but it was during the daytime, either before sunset or after sunrise. And I'm the only one who spent more than 2 or 3 hours at night in the place. I was there by myself from dusk to dawn with no car because I got dropped off. I did not have a cell phone. No way home, no way out, nowhere to run. And yes, people talk about having been affected by the evil at night. Yes, I was affected. They tell you you'll either hear a get out, or they'll give you a few jump scares to where you will want to get out. And they hit me with projectile diarrhea. All of a sudden, it just hit me. I had to go. I got out of the cemetery for a second, it just exploded and landed on the ground about 6 feet behind me. And I cleaned up and had no upset stomach, no after effects whatsoever. And that does not happen having diarrhea. Normally you have cramps and it hits you not all at once, but you get hit, you get up, you walk away. Everybody's experienced this. You walk away, you got to go back, and you basically have to stay around the restroom for anywhere from the next hour to the next day for 24 hours. So sometimes it hits you for a couple of days. You've got to almost sleep on the bathroom floor. This was just one time, and I didn't even have it. I had cramps for about 30 seconds, ran to where I wanted to go, and went, and within a minute had no more cramps, no more issues, and spent the rest of the night there. So that's what I can say. It affected me for just a matter of a couple of minutes, and I was over it. So you explained to me what was going on, because I For sure, do not know. All right. We're going to leave it at that about Bachelor's Grove. This has been the Bachelor's Grove show tonight. Places where I've gone and investigated. You've seen a lot of pictures. And in a few minutes, it's not going to be Halloween anymore. It's going to be All Saints Day, where you talk about all day long and you talk about your relations. Well, I'm not going to go into that show yet. That's for tomorrow night. And it's still tomorrow night. I got 6 minutes till on the Central Time Clock. Now, on the Eastern Coast, I'm not on the Eastern Coast. They're already in All Saints Day, theoretically. Of course, people say, the day doesn't start till it's daybreak. But that's tomorrow's. I'm going to do that show. Tonight, I want to touch on Bachelor's Grove. And this is the closest I can get to my relatives. Tomorrow night's show, I will be showing a few pictures of Bachelor's Grove, maybe a couple of the videos I shot tonight, or some of the show tonight, on some of the photos that I have. And I have probably close to 1,000 photos of Bachelor's Grove, quite a few videos. I may come back in a few minutes. I need to take a break. And maybe I'll show a few videos of Bachelor's Grove. Could do that. Would everybody like that? Of course, nobody's watching right now. Let me take a little break here and let me see what's going on and around the world. We are done with negativity and attachments. Let me see what's going on around the world. Let that load on the other side. Let's see how it affects me here. And let the address bar. Oh, wow. Look, I must have really good internet here when I reset. Wow. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. On my YouTube. Wow, quite a few people are on. Spaced Out Radio's got his regular show on. Sounds Chill is on. Cozy Rain is on. Launchpad is on. Somebody's launching a rocket tonight. The Haunted Side is on. RPG is on. Ambient Readers is on. World Cam is on. And Devil's Hour is on. That's about the standard for this time of night. Maybe a little bit later for some of them. Spaced Out Radio normally has a show 5 days a week. And for Dave Scott hosting, and he has host during the weekend. He's had a plethora. That again, got a drink of weekend host. I have no idea why. People get a better gig or just can't handle the show on the weekend. I don't blame them. I do my shows on Thursday night for a reason. Now I do have a Saturday night show, but it is I'm basically showing some of the things I did tonight. I hadn't yet of videos of past investigations I've done. So it's a relatively easy show to do. I just throw some more videos up for about an hour and go to bed or watch a movie or do some writing or something. What is SP Sounds Chill doing? Oh. Can I see what they're doing? Get rid of that before I get caught for copyright. Well, that's what they've got going on. It's a new sound thing they come up with, a beautiful fireplace with candles. So they're having a happy Halloween. Now, most of the people on YouTube are not having a really special show. Okay, there I am. I am live. Some people have gone to bed. It is a weeknight, and it's nice to be retired sometimes. Somebody says scary Halloween evidence. Oh, my buddy out there in Desert Sky Adventures. That's a good site if you like Western. He sometimes throws up some pretty spooky stuff. Look up Desert Sky Adventures in YouTube. Just do a search on it. It's like me. You look up Lynn Dorman for a search. You can find my channel, and if you look up Desert Sky Adventures, you can find his channel. He lives in Tombstone, Arizona. Yes, that Tombstone. And tonight he's put up a video. Tombstone's abandoned high school. Ooh, so he did do a little special on Halloween. Yes, ha ha. Devil's Hour production is still live. Halloween live at the Haunted Cosmopolitan Hotel. Again, I can't play this because of copyright, but they are doing a live investigation. So if you want to see that, Halloween live at the Haunted Cosmopolitan Hotel. That is going on right now. Got a few people on the chat, and they've had 20, including my likes. So what we're going to do is going to see who is around on my Facebook feed. I will do a shout out to Amelia Carter. I did post a comment on one of her Facebook posts, and just got a huggy, caring emoji back. This means she liked what I said because I agreed with her. Tessa Nicole Thomas Peterson was live 2 hours ago for her trick or treat Halloween show, but hers is already over. And there is nobody really on. Nobody's listed live except me. Ha ha. Oh well. What I'm going to do now is go ahead and do some of my videos taken of Bachelor's Grove. Since we're on Bachelor's Grove, I'm not really having any competition outside of the one group that's doing a live investigation. If you want to see a live investigation, go there. Seeing what I can do here. Got so much to choose from here. I'm not sure which direction to go in. I saw something earlier, but I went by it, and I'm not sure where it is. Ooh, so give me some time to look for it, please. Oh, I like to get a special shout out. I'm not having anybody watching live right now because it is getting kind of late, but I do have a good internet speed, so I'm gonna keep going. I hate to quit when I got good internet speed because sometimes I'm stuck here in the middle of a show praying for internet speed and don't have it. I hate to just say, well, I quit. I'm gonna go watch a horror movie or something when I've got really fast internet speed. I just like to keep going. Boy, I've got so much stuff on Bachelor's Grove. I really need to go in here and organize this. Try to put on some kind of dateline. But I am not the best video editor in the world. Uh, it's not something I really enjoy. It's not something I really know how to do. And I just keep putting it off, putting it off. I really need to come in here and do some serious, serious video work. But this thing is being alone in the paranormal has its quirks. I can go anywhere I want to. It doesn't cost too much, or I got to pay for a whole group to come in. I don't go to the expensive places. Don't go to the huge places because it would be ridiculous me paying $300 to go to a spot. It's got 3 stories, and I can walk around the first story, maybe go up the second for a few minutes, maybe stick my head in the third, not do a proper investigation because I'm by myself. Now, it's ridiculous amount to play for one person. So I just don't do it. Trying to find this one certain video. But I can't find it. Cannot find it. Still looking. I've got so much stuff. Okay, what I'm going to do is an early investigation. This was the first time I was out at Bachelor's Grove. I show my versatility. I'm not all about shooting the videos or talking on Echo Box. This was a divining rod trip to Bachelor's Grove. And yes, that is me, yours truly. Like I say, this is my first trip to Baxter's Grove Cemetery. Difference now, I'm 20 pounds heavier, and my ponytail's about 5 times longer. You may want to put on your headphones for this. Do you have any written record of who this is right here? Who his 3 sons are. And now they're crossed. We're trying to find your name. We promised the last time we would. Yes, we did. Keep looking.
I bet it's still full of camels.
Still full?
I don't know, what do you think?
Is it Colton? That's all. Yep, that's it right here. It's Colton.
Sorry for stepping on you, Mr.
And you see how these things cross. You said
This is 565.
You
or
said
26.
Have any idea who?
This is Charles Mason. There's a bunch of them here.
Sarah Mason on the same stone. Died in 73.
It's Joe Cross. So what you're saying is true.
James Fulton.
Big yes, across more.
James and Jim Fulton are stepping on their graves right now. Died in he was 88.
And they see these things cross, mixing copper with the ones that. So this is Colton. But if we were talking to, they did not look like Frank. Because of the hips on over there.
Real bright.
Which one? Right here.
It's got real bright. Real bright. Look at it.
Charles Mason was buried on December 24th, 1938.
Well, I told you we found out who you were. I hope you don't mind all these people photographing you, hitting you over.
Mr. Fulton, I'm going to set this down. It looks like he can't answer on the bars. He answers it on the black machine. We can hear you.
Anything more Facebook? You got your name? I know you're upset because most of your headphones are gone. Everything like you say to it, you either move the divining rod or keep it in the box. Your choice. And you're right about that light. It's usually twice as bright as the other flip. Yeah, keep making my green light come on black. That's brighter. Well, see, for positive electric maybe supplement, yeah, you may not be able to lose the negative charge red light. Are you tired of talking to them? Nobody can say I don't entertain in Chicago. This is what has usually happened to me. Oh, this is my second visit to Bachelor Grove, not my first. Different dowsing rod session. I was the first and second visits I did that. This is the second visit. I was with Dave Wisner and family here. That was the second visit to Bachelor Grove. Trying to duplicate what I found in the first visit to Bachelor Grove, which was with Frank Heiberger. I don't know where that video is. I believe it's posted to my YouTube channel. Dave Wisner was the one who was dressed up like Santa Claus at the Christmas. We call it the Christmas in Bachelor Grove video, which was shot a year or two after that. And of course, this was also shot with a full spectrum camera. And I'm not sure who was shooting this video. Using my camera, I edited the video, so I don't know who. Don't remember who was behind the camera on this particular video. Nice ground shot. That looks like it was during wintertime. Those are snow boots. Okay, they're insulated. They were warm. If I'm mistaken, this was during the winter. No cool. Don't know why I was in a t-shirt. Don't know why I was in snow boots with a t-shirt on. I don't know. Everybody else got long sleeves on. I was the idiot in a short shirt, in a t-shirt with a vest. Pet notes tonight. Full spectrum is a kind of a trademark of mine. I have two full spectrum video cameras, getting a little legs on them. Hope I can still find batteries for them. Yeah, I did have an old, I wore it out. The cover with all the batteries broke, and there's no way to hold batteries in it. Full spectrum camera. I got a better one, shoots better images, also shoots video. The other one did not. And still pictures. I've got it. It's one of those little smaller ones that does have but it does do a better image, it shoots a better video, and I do use it. It does shoot video. I do have in 3 full spectrum video cameras. One still camera being both, counting one of the cameras again. Oh, I forgot. I do have the GoPro, which of course specializes in video. I think you can shoot stills I do have a full spectrum GoPro camera. Those are kind of rare nowadays. Okay, we're about to go to another little investigation video. Okay, this video is from static cam. I can kind of speed through it. There's no need showing the whole thing unless we see something. Okay, obviously this one is would just be a B-roll feeder from Backfish Grove. Get a little darker. And a little bit more brown. And that was just, like I said, that's a static cam. Back in the Ghost Adventures, they called it an X cam because they put an X on the floor and made a big deal out of it. It's an X cam. Trying to make a static camera, which means it just sits there on a tripod. Trying to make that exciting. Okay, let's go to the next one. There it goes. Okay, this is more of a handheld cam. All right. At least we have motion.
You also gotta be careful to get too close to the cell phone.
Obviously, before it got cleaned up. There's the pond. This is some older footage.
Yeah, you're not gonna see these.
Oh, I can see it. Inside the cemetery before it was cut down.
Barely.
This is why I talked to some investigators, said they want to hit a place once, twice at the most, and they're done with that location. Just trying to add up the number of locations they're at. You can't really say you investigate a place if you spend 3 or 4 or 5 hours in there one time. To investigate it thoroughly, you may have hit it on a good night, you may have just got lucky, but then again, chances are you got nothing or next to nothing. You need to go back to a place repeatedly so the spirits get used to you.
Oh, it was off over there. You can't even see over there now because it's so overgrown.
So when they go in, you actually know somebody by name. They will say your name when you walk in there.
He's actually David, so.
And a lot of times they will more than likely interact with you quicker, better, and more often if they're familiar with you. You're not a total stranger walking in. So there were some weeks in the spring and summer I would go to Baxter's Grove
I know.
3 and 4 times a week. There was one span there, I think I went in there 12 days in a row.
Where's Rosie Sheehan, you know? Can you talk to us?
By the way, does that shirt make me look fat?
Of course, the nice thing about with that camera sitting there, the camera's picking up everything around it. So the voices come over it, they pick it up.
Oh, that's why I got the recorder right next to it. I try to shoot the regular as much as possible, you know?
This one time, one of my earlier visits, I had no idea how much time I was spending.
You see where somebody's been spending the night here?
I probably spent more time
Right there.
than any
See where all
human
the
being
plants are
ever
flattened down?
has or ever
It's not
will
natural.
in Bachelor Grove alone.
That's where somebody
Even
put
some of
a
the
tent
past
there and spent the night.
investigators, like Richard Crowe, investigated the place many times.
They don't come up
At
here
night, but he
unless
would go to
there's a car parked
Nickelodeon
across.
Highway
They don't
and
bother
film
them.
it from the road.
Right. But
Nice.
if somebody's
In
out
the
here with
cemetery.
infrared lights and night vision, and they're quiet, and
I
they
have
got a
spent
green tent posted right there,
many days
the guy who kind of oversees the place,
with some people and
the place up,
in
he said-
many days.
he said a
I
lot of
spent many
times
hours with other people or by myself.
because they're smart enough to have somebody drop them off. They run down here with their stuff and put the tent up, and nobody sees them. Because the cops are not going to walk that quarter mile from the road every night just to see woods. So that's the chance. One or two of us could come down here at night by ourselves.
Yeah, but would you take that chance?
And be dropped off and using
I've done that before.
only night vision.
I don't want to do that again.
Is there a worse place to get arrested?
Well, you still got to do it. Somebody did that. They got community service.
Yes, you can. Section of fence is missing right down there. I'd hold her hand though. Yeah, that's a child's grave that everybody drops off stuff for. Searching for EM fields. I'm here if anybody wants to talk. You got my camera rolling, got another camera rolling over there. Voice recording and talking to me, you have them. That was weird.
What?
Y'all were almost invisible to this camera set standing over there.
Really?
Yeah.
We're almost invisible.
Well, the area is so flooded with infrared
Yeah.
that everything's pink.
Oh, so mine. I got the same thing.
And you being over there at dark spot, you weren't reflecting much light. And since I don't have the camera lights on, I wasn't seeing you.
I'm gonna go over there. I'll try over there.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on the stuff over here. How you doing?
Not that we actually came here because the same as you guys were. We've been in cemeteries all day. We photograph headstones on. But the daughter was wondering, and I'm curious too, any activity or anything?
Not so far today.
Oh, today?
Yes.
Hey.
We got a full-bodied apparition was over there in the woods about 6 months ago watching us. And if you've ever seen divining rods being used, we got a 30-minute long session, interactive.
Her mother is very good with them.
We got about April 9th, I think. Had a 30-minute long divining rod session with several different spirits, including about 3 right here in this area.
Very good. Thank you for the time, sir.
Hey, you're welcome.
All set?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have you been down by the pond?
Yeah. See, oh God, what's the name of the cemetery? It's on 111, that side of the street where all the Mason and the elk are.
Okay, the big one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were a lot of time there, and then over on 111, where they still have all the pictures on the gravestone.
Right. Did you go to Bachelor's Grove? I mean, this is Bachelor's Grove.
Yes, we did,
but,
by the way.
Resurrection?
She asked if she wants to go there. We're going to see if we can make it, because she wants to see where they replaced the bars.
Okay.
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. It's hard to tell. But you also got Archer Woods.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. I don't have my hearing aids in.
Okay, Archer Woods.
Archer Woods, where's that?
Trying to think of the address. You know where 79th is, right?
Yeah, we live near 79.
Okay, go down to 79th before it goes hits the Indiana Turnpike. And I think it's 87th. It's the last traffic light before you hit the Indiana Turnpike. Take a left and take your first right. Go all the way down the end of that road and take a left. You can't go right, it's a dead end straight there. Take a left and you'll see Bethany. Is that Bethany? No, that's not. Bethany's by Resurrection. What is the name of that cemetery? Anyway, you'll see a nice cemetery, and then you'll see Archer Woods right next door to it. Both on your left.
To this kind of deal, or?
It's a little bit more taken care of. It's also active.
Gotcha.
I mean, active spirit-wise and active. They're still burying people there.
Still, yeah, it's just like
it's a little bit run down, but not like this.
Yeah, we were here not long ago.
Yeah,
they stopped people.
They were supposed to come down here for a cleanup last weekend. Apparently, they couldn't get together and get down here.
Something tells me that they're trying to let it get more overgrown.
There's nobody to take care of it, and there's volunteers that come down here to clean it up a couple times a year. And they were supposed to have gotten together last weekend, but you know how volunteers are.
Yeah.
Some
people show up and 20 said they would.
Yeah. Or one major organizer can't show up because of something else on a Sunday, and nobody shows.
Yeah.
So, all right. Okay, first swing around. Fastest growth. Full spectrum camera. Gonna shut down for now. That first is on. That's all the zoom this has got. We're gonna shut it down. Talk to you later.
Oh, here we go. I was a little bit late that past video. Sorry about that. Y'all shooting another video. The two little lights act as like a REM pod, small REM pod. If a spirit touches a little antenna on there, the light will go off. Also, the K2 meter has an alarm that goes off if the temperature probe is touched. It senses a large temperature change, one way or the other, the alarm will go off. If you hear the sound changing, even if it's going to be a slight change, you would not hear it over the camera microphone. If you do hear a sound, go by the manufacturers of this, that's paranormal.
Take our power.
Really took off.
Okay, wow, we got over that video. I'm sorry, I was shooting another video again. All right. We're going to go pull this out. I'm going to go to some of the things I shot earlier so I can download this video real quick. This is actually photos of my very first visit to Bachelor's Grove. Okay, I am back. I think I'm back. At least I think I'm. Yes, I am back. Back up. I am reading I'm seeing the bouncing gray that I'm talking. Okay, we are going to play one of the short videos. And I'll see if I can download this other video I just took with my phone. It took me that long to download something on my phone. I'm a bummer. What can I say? Figuring out this new technology. And the cell phone's always smarter than I am. Okay. That wax was a candle, by the way, on top of that stone. That was not blood. I downloaded 4 videos off my phone. Okay. What are the other 2? I have no clue. 3. Excuse me. Look at the videos that I've got. I downloaded all 3 of them and loaded them up here. Oh, I've got 3 of them. Okay, let's get the 4th one. Okay, I can see the 3rd one is the one I want to play. Okay, we're nearing the end of. Oh, by the way, to download them, I had to connect the phone up to the same UPC outfit that my microphone is connected to. So I had to unplug my mic, so I was out of microphone at that time. Okay, let's go ahead and see what this is. This is the first time I've seen this video. I don't know when this was taken. Hope it's not rated X. Oh no. Oh, okay. I know what this is now. What? There, not the wasp. There it is. This is my front porch. That's a mosquito. No, that's a hummingbird.
Are you getting your water?
No.
Okay.
Turn off the light and then just stand by the door when you close it.
Why? Because I'm seeing like 5 billion of them buggers flying around now. Hello. Like I said.
They're seeing you move.
They're saying me move.
Okay, that's enough hummingbird video. Let's get back to what we're really talking about. Just a little shot of my studio. Just shut my big butt. There's Bones. Director. Dr. Slim, my new producer. With his friend behind him. Looks like I say, is my studio. And see, the producer has a couple of his people working behind him. Dr. Slim. This is a black mirror. What do you see? And this my studio. The computer's here. See it from the back a little bit. And here's the side. I call it the great podcast spirit there. Just a little shot of my studio. This is my Halloween village on my mantle. A little red light so you can see a little bit better. That's a scary inn there in the background. Little skeleton features. I do have bats in my belfry.
go back here. My wife hates the trucks. We have Halloween trucks. We have Christmas trucks, Thanksgiving trucks. Over here, as we can see, we have bats, and we have a moon. There's a skeleton hanging over this patch of the woods.
I had all the collection on.
My little reptilian friend. Bad guy. Fears spiders. You might not want to watch this part. And you can also see the drink. Yes. A very red drink. And yes. Thank you very much. I think I will. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. So if you get a fear of spiders, you might want to fast forward through this part of the video. Ah, yes. It's like having a blood red drink on Halloween. The cup, and yes, it's Day of the Dead. Those will stay out for another couple of days. A lot of the pumpkins, etc., will get put up. Shot glasses. Another empty cup. The cup I drank out of is now empty. And this is what the poor wife has to put up with. That's why she calls herself patient wife.
Yeah.
Actually,
Some this.
that was given to her by a certain lady used to hang around Bachelor's Grove a lot that I spoke of earlier. Gave her that name because while she was in a picnic area eating, I was in Bachelor's Grove Cemetery starving. I spent about 7 hours in that cemetery that day. Some of it like giving tours, a lot of it alone. Somebody was supposed to relieve me so I could go get some to eat. They never showed up. That's the guy that disappeared. One of the last days, it was the last day I depended on him. And about one of the last times I ever heard of him before he disappeared. Okay, that's going to be it for this. We're going to go away and, well, real quickly, go back to the village. Do the flashing in. The flashing pumpkin truck my wife can't stand. The non-flashing pumpkin truck. This was our fall up to Thanksgiving truck. This is strictly a Halloween truck. I hope you had a happy Halloween. Like I said, I hope you've had a happy Halloween. And have a good night. Have a haunted night. Good night. Sleep well. It's good for the blood.
All right, then. That is a video I shot just a few minutes ago while I was playing another video. That was our inside decorations. Didn't miss a whole lot. Got our mantle and got the shelves. I call them my work shelves. They're in the room between kitchen and the laundry room. Obviously, table there, L-shaped table set up where I can put stuff. Take the Halloween stuff down, and it'll be vacated and until December 1st after Thanksgiving, when I put up the Christmas decorations there. You have a Christmas village on the mantle. I have a Christmas village on a table, and I have a little, some Christmas decorations. You could call it decorations outside, kind of a outside village type thing on the shelves. Or is it? Yes, I do have houses there, so it is a Christmas village. So I have two Christmas villages and some other decorations set up. Yeah, I got three Christmas villages for Christmas. I do have like I said, the Halloween stuff was mostly outside decorations, would be, what I would look like the miniature, where the mantle is just a Halloween village. Next year, there will be more stuff. There will be a lot more room. I'm adding on to the mantle, about doubling this, maybe tripling the space. So I'll be doing that addition this winter. And maybe sometime on Christmas, I'll have, or Halloween, have a new counter space put up where that L-shaped table is now. Now, you heard me mention the Humphrey house, where the house built for Amelia Humphrey, but she didn't get to live there very long as she died kind of young. But the trouble in the afterlife and in real life was the fact that John Humphrey had an affair with his secretary for a couple of decades while they were married and while she was bearing children. And his office was in his house. Remember, he was a state senator, and this is before state senators had their own separate offices in their districts. Just did it out of his home, and he hired her right after he got elected and was having an affair with her for many years during their marriage. After the divorce, he married 6 months after his first wife died. He married his second wife, his secretary, which created a little bit of a scandal, but didn't hurt him too much politically. After all, he was the most powerful man outside in Cook County, outside of downtown Chicago. What I'm going to do now is show you some shots, full spectrum, from the outside of the Humphrey house, and then the next video will be inside the Humphrey house. Now, I've been showing a lot of video and photos of Baxter's Grove Cemetery. I will now show a video. After those two videos, I'll show you another video of what we have dubbed the Baxter's Grove Creek. And then we will go down a path to one of the house foundations that are still there in the woods, walking right through the Indian village to a house with a silo foundation that I mentioned a couple hours ago. So that's the next videos I will be showing. I'm going to go ahead and take out the two phone videos. So apparently I've got some real fast internet right now. I hate running this show way over, so I'm just over 4 hours while I was talking. So we're going to go with the video right now. This will be the outside of the Humphrey house and the inside, then Baxter's Grove Creek, and then to the silo foundation. And here's the Humphrey house. Nice Humphrey house. Senator John Humphrey. Back porch.
A lot of wind here today, so you may be hearing some whistling. There's no way to get to that unless you park by the garage. And that's a quick outside tour of the Humphrey house. We're not going in the side entrance.
This, as I said, is the inside of the Humphrey house. If you look at this is just a lawyer that was worked for the Humphreys. Walking in the room, you had the sneaky feeling his eyes follow you as you walk through. Never did figure out his name, just a miscellaneous picture painted on the wall. That was timely, and he did work as an attorney, I believe, for the Humphreys. But you can almost swear the eyes move and follow you when you're in the house. I said this is a place you cannot get into now. I heard that they had canceled their one Sunday a month tours of the place. Guess they figured they wouldn't make enough money keeping somebody in there. I don't know. Maybe the person had something else to do. He was an older man, older even when compared to me. But just let it freeze there. That is obviously the dining room. The kitchen's off to the left. Excuse me, to the right, looking at it. And the doorway to the left leads to the stairway, to upstairs. But I don't know why they quit giving the tours, but that's what I heard and saw. I looked at the website and the place is closed. I guess it wasn't making enough money with it through donations. It's set up as kind of a museum. Just if they couldn't, it's hard to charge people because it's not in a good location. It's in downtown or what used to be downtown Orland Park, just away from just a couple blocks off the main highway going through Orland Park now. I like I said, I don't know why they stopped the tours. It must have had a reason. I'm sure they did, because the tours are given by the Historic Preservation Society of Orland Park. But this is what will now be very rare video shot of this place. Any photos, and I've got quite a few because I was there several times. I was there the last time just before they closed it, or just before I left. Excuse me, before they closed it. Just recently closed it. But the last time I was there 8 years ago, I went on tour real quick, knowing I'd never be out there again, and took some photos of the house, of the interior of the house, and left it at that, because they had a paranormal event up there, and because I was giving out information regarding Bachelor's Grove, regarding the Humphrey House for free, and he liked to charge for tours and charge for seances and readings. He did not like me giving out the information for free, and I'm a believer in releasing the information for free. Dale, he'll show anytime the photograph that Judy Huff took of the White Lady of Bachelor's Grove, he'll show that to you. He's got copyright. Theoretically, nobody's supposed to show it on a pay for show. It's been done before without at least minimum giving him credit, which is all he's asked for. Just say Dale Kazmarek of the Ghost Research Society, and the photo was taken by Judy Huff, a member of the Ghost Research Society at the time. And that's fair enough for Dale. Somebody else, though, does not like me showing video or photos that I've taken of inside of the Humphrey House, because they like to charge, even though tours were free on the one Sunday a month, because he likes to do seances and stuff like that. He does not like me giving out the information for free, because people used to charge him $45 a chair for a seance. And I just handed the information out to anybody, put it on Facebook, put it on YouTube. And that's just me, because I think paranormal should be shared, whether you think you got something paranormal or whether you just got some interesting full spectrum shots of a historic location like I have, like you're looking at the inside of the Humphrey House. I don't believe in charging to view this, and it's put up there for everybody to see. Here it is. You want to look at it? Have a look. There it is. Now, rarely seen photo of the dining room in the Humphrey House. Now, you don't see too many people going to take pictures of the Bachelor's Grove Creek. And here we go. Hopefully it'll move in a second.
How you get from Bachelor's Grove Cemetery to the actual settlement, this part of the settlement, you have to cross this. It's not very difficult. A few stones to step on. And you kind of walk around the mud hole and up the path. This is how you get from Bachelor's Grove Cemetery. And yes, unfortunately, this is part of Midway Airport's airspace. I think this is enough of the creek. How far is it from the house foundation?
Now we're walking through the woods at this point.
The supposed
We're
Indian
kind of
village.
touching on the Indian village a little bit.
I meant the
It's
most
just a
easily
spot in the
accessible
woods. And going to the foundation of the house with the silo.
Take a few steps.
Basically, you have to know where this path is. In the fall, you've got leaves covering it
And
up. You really can't tell where you're going.
Very quickly,
During the summer, it's almost
the location of
impassable.
the old barn. They
Because
used to be
of
out here,
growth.
they just let right down.
So if you're going to go back,
And
across
there
the
were a few
creek,
boards
you go to the
stolen
house
from it,
foundation.
and in the past 2 or 3
Go
years,
during the spring.
the old
maybe
concrete
the first
posts that used to hold up the doors
couple of
to
days
the
of
barn
spring,
have been taken out of the ground.
or
Now,
go
who
after
steals 200
the
or
foliage
300
has died
pound
down
concrete posts
in
out of the
November,
ground? I don't
December.
know.
But basically when
You
it's
tell me.
cold, maybe a warm day during the winter, or in the spring when it's warmed up, but you hadn't had too many warm
From
days
this
yet.
point on, we're kind of at the edge of the old Indian village, which may or may not have been the demise of this whole white settlement here. Buried on top, built on top of an old Indian settlement, and you know they had a graveyard back here somewhere. As you can probably hear in the background, further down the lower side of the Indian village is an echo box station. Hey y'all, keep talking. You don't need me. And now we're taking a left from the Indian village and the foundation. And yes, there are some deer hoof marks here. This is an animal trail. Fairly good sized deer too. Okay. Around this jungle of trees. Low bridge. Too low bridge. And here we are. On the road again. And yes, this is a ditch that we used to run alongside. You can see the other ditch on the other side of the road. And you also see 2 old property markers. And you also see, it's called butt bridge. Let's just sit down and with one leg, then the other over this bad boy.
By the way, this area sitting here with the 2 posts and the log, I've gone back later in time and have never seen that post and gate
cutting
look
off the trail.
again. I looked just a year later, I could not find it
Or at
anywhere.
least the trail
I don't know if they got pulled
was
up,
traveled.
moved, or what, but it's kind of marked with Indian village
From a
was.
small debris field.
So right now we're in
Very,
in
very
the
unnatural flat rock.
17, early 1700s to the mid 1700s, maybe the early 1700s, this village disappeared, perhaps wiped out by Roman Iroquois Indians, which is how the smaller tribes got new members. They would go to a smaller, weaker tribe and
The old house
steal
foundation.
anything of value that they had, kill all the warriors, all the old men, all the old women, and carry off with the children and the younger women for new wives. And that's how they enlarge their tribe.
Trail. Be back on in a minute. You can see right here the old foundation stones. And of course a bunch inside the old basement. This is where the East Travel Trail that I just took runs into the main trail. This is the well. This is concrete walk. And the mysterious step. We're not sure where it goes because the house is over there. And the cistern where water was kept. And the other side of the house foundation. You can see what appears to be the steps. Maybe going to the front door. Go around the cistern. You do not want to fall in there. You need to drive. You see a path going past the cistern. Over to this. More little logs. And we come up on the silo. See the old style concrete made the floor. And we're now walking back. Past the cistern, the step, and the path to the well. I'm not going to take the rough path back. Normally I'm going to take the path that leads to the creek because the Dago box session going on in the Indian village. So we'll be taking a left turn up here. This is the path that leads back to the creek. I guess I am taking the rough trail back. Okay, now I'm back to the first, what I call the butt logs. Don't cut the camera off over here. As you can see, we're back to the property markers. So I think it was enough video for today. Have a good one. And enjoy your next visit to Bachelor's Grove. Not the cemetery, but the village.
This, I was told by the manufacturer, is impossible. That this kind of noise coming from the temperature sensor on top of this K2 to make this much noise. Bachelor's Grove is the only location where 1 minute long burst at the Humphrey house. When I contacted Libby May there, was the only other time it ever sounded off, and that was only for 30, 40 seconds. I could almost always get it here on the stone in the Patrick slot in Bachelor's Grove.
keep close. So we'll see you next time I'm here. Probably later this week. Okay.
Just as a point of note, that split tree you see the two stones I talked about earlier. Those bodies were disinterred. They're located in an active cemetery, but the stones were left. They didn't need those stones, so they just left them under the tree. That split tree that we were talking about chaining together, maybe let it grow back together, they cut it down.
You mentioned her name, she started again. And it's John's voice again.
You hear those tones, Jessica? Can you explain the tones to her?
Huh?
Can you please explain the tones to Jessica?
The tones?
Yeah, she's...
The tones are saying that the temperature is going up and down over there dramatically. Which we know it's not. Libby has learned how to manipulate the ambient temperature. So she plays it like a toy flute. What was that?
I know, right?
That was weird. Are you having fun over there?
In case you're wondering
So
what's
you're
going
having
on
fun
here,
over there.
I have a voice recorder, K2 meter, special made with a temperature sensor in the head of it. That's a speaker attached to an SB7. The SB7 is in a Faraday bag,
Yeah.
basically, so it cannot pick up radio signals.
She absorbed the energy from all the people who've been in there here today.
Oh, yeah.
They kind of got to use that in the Chicago area because there's so many radio stations.
Plus they had
Yeah, I don't need it.
that fire over there earlier.
That's crazy.
That's insane. He's going to jail so he can prove he did it.
Good, I hope he does. I was called the forest fire.
But that's arson in the forest preserve.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Libby May.
Was Edward over there? Was Edward over there at the house?
Yeah.
He was? Well, that's why he went today instead of here. He may still come by here, who knows?
Are you holding about the older guy from last night?
Huh? No.
Who?
It's him here.
Oh, no, he wasn't there.
He wasn't there? Wonder where he went today. He said he was going to do some research on the Bachelor's Grove at Donna, and there's only two places he can go. Where you were and here.
I know there was an older gentleman there. Was that him?
No, over the guy he runs the place. He's the chairman of the historic
Okay, yeah, he was here. And
society.
I think that was his wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and his wife run the historical thing
Okay, yeah, they were there.
in Orland Park.
They actually were just about to close 10 minutes before we showed up in there, but they actually let us do the tour.
Was anybody in there? Is that you?
It's me and my crew. Yeah.
Good.
My friends.
Y'all went on a
yeah.
nice tour of it. You can go again on the 27th or whatever. It'll be a lot more fun.
I'm definitely going to go back.
Yeah, we'll plan on it. We'll talk.
There's not enough time to be in there. You can't. To see everything, you got to focus on it. I love his pictures though. That one picture you saw, that you had of him and her, I saw that picture there.
Yeah.
You're right.
Speaking of,
Libby, you want to come play?
you're referring to this picture
Yep.
and the half of this picture.
Uh-huh.
You like looking at your mother's picture, don't you? That's a wedding picture of her parents. Huh? Yeah, you're hearing all the radio sounds you can. Of course, it's scanning at 4 channels a second.
So it's kind of hard for voices to come through.
hello. Another male voice. Don't know who that was. No, it's not what?
Video looping?
No.
Where you going? Where? Don't go in.
Standing right there, you fluctuating the temperature of that stone between 57 and 58 degrees. The stone over there is 60 degrees. 58, that's 60.
65.
Sorry about that. Overloaded everything. We're continuing on this video. What you got here? This K2 meter. Then you got a picture of
That's 62.
John and Amelia Humphrey sitting on the Patrick Stone. Nobody else has ever done this. I actually posted a picture of it on top of the Patrick Stone, the base stone stuff. See how crooked it is and why we don't. 4 or 5 times we picked up about the 200-pound plus stone that goes on top of this stone, and 48 hours, 72 hours later it was not back over. And one time it was drugged halfway to the gate for something to go up on that. I love going and straightening this stone up and take a whole gallon of super glue and glue the two stones together.
Are you waiting for your mama, Libby?
This is Melissa.
I just want to be about
She was helping me out for a while. She was at the time with some Southside for a moment.
Now it's dropping, it's going down to 51. I can understand it going down to degree temperature. But why did it go up to start with? I don't think she likes me shooting a laser light.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. Kind of like, ew, stepping away from me.
Now this stone, this area stone over here, is dry. So what she's done, she was here. When this stone was 57 degrees, and she moved over here. Where that stone over there is now 59 degrees, and we're 62.
She was like having fun. Really? Do you like having fun?
And that stone over there is 63 and a half degrees.
That's a drop in temperature.
No, it's about the same.
About 4 or 4.
Well, it's the stack from about the same temperature as earlier.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, but why is this stone colder than that stone? Now I can understand that surface. I got clear sunlight. It's 64 degrees. Okay, we freaked her out with the light. She's not talking anymore.
Maybe are you upset?
I have a question. What is it that you're doing out of curiosity?
I'm listening to an FM radio that's scanning at 4 channels a second. And I'm talking to an 11-month-old child that died in 1865. Does that answer your question? Who was freaked out because I just used this laser thermometer right through her transparent body. She's wondering what I just did.
Oh, yeah.
So she quit playing it. Mainly because I found her temperature-wise. Sorry, Libby, I didn't mean to throw the laser through you. It's got a lot of energy because of all the people there. That's why I waited so long. Well, one, you couldn't do anything with it.
No,
50 people in the cemetery.
No, that.
Okay, temperature still raging 61 over there. She was standing there. Is that Okay, now let me ask you a question. You ask me one. Come back here. Why should welcome back, Lady May. Why should the center part of that sun measure 57 degrees and a minute later rest at 61? And then the outside, right to the right, of looking at sunny place, measure 1 times 57 degrees and goes to 61. And we'll do this a couple minutes time. Explain to me how that happens. 61.5 now. 62 there. 5 minutes ago, get 67 degree reading.
Libby's name, you want to come play with me?
Libby May, don't worry about the laser lights.
Yeah, I think that's funny.
For now, but it's all over.
This is not that sort of model. She's probably freaking out everybody right here carrying a gun. Huh? Of course she does.
Next time I'm bringing her teddy bear.
Nothing moving over there. She may not have to pour it in. She may have followed you here. Her and John both. If she walked by you over at the Humphrey house.
She was right back there. Like right next to the room right there?
You sure it was me? It wasn't the second wife?
I don't think so. Honestly, I don't.
See, the reason we're talking, this girl and her mother died 30 some odd years apart, 25, 30 years apart. They both died in the same house that she was in an hour ago. You beginners or anybody who has not been on paranormal investigation, this is the way you investigate. You put your equipment out, several different types of equipment. If you got a mel meter and don't get it too close to your,
Libby May, I won't shoot the laser.
keep 2 meters, they will make each other show a false positive. In other words, they'll set each other off. So it's best to put K2 and a mel. You got people with those. Put the people in different rooms, or leave the male in another room, preferably another floor.
It's been very steady.
Well, it's just another meter set over to the side. It does not set a K2 off, obviously. It needs one more set off, but be careful with the male. Well, we got a couple meters, a voice recorder, an SB7 and a Faraday bag, and a trigger object.
My touch
And a camera, so you can verify anything that you get. Of course, the K2 meter sounding off is paranormal evidence because it's just impossible. Because I tried putting K2 in a freezer and then bringing it out to an 80-degree room. So that freezer was set about 25 degrees. And pulling it to 25 degrees, putting it in there didn't set it off. Pulling it out to an 80-degree room, you could barely hear it. You had to sit it up your ear to hear the sound. So there's no way that there's the kind of difference from as loud as it sounds on this stone. And I was told by the manufacturer,
you got something paranormal. And it says this stone is the only place I ever got this over any kind of period of time whatsoever. The only way I can imitate it is to physically put my finger and a thumb and pinch the probe and take the fingers off and pinch it again in rapid succession. That's the only way I can imitate this thing.
It's not like a drum. Like a toy drum.
So without touching it, I don't know how this sound happened other than
Like
paranormal.
somebody hit a toy drum. Like one of those classic drums.
He's definitely there. But I think he's not changing let that tone go on.
Just practicing that. I know. I never leave a good guy here.
Hey, Libby May, you want to say hello to all the people around here? That's what guys do. Hey, Libby May, why don't you go over and tug the young boy's sleeves? Just promise me if she does it, don't run.
Is that a picture of her when she was living?
No, it's a picture of her parents.
Oh, really?
This spirit's 11 months old. At least she died at 11. But since 1865, she's picked up a language. I know he says where she comes from.
He what?
He says where she comes from.
Now, how do you know this doesn't like pick up signals from other like radio stations?
Well, it's going at 4 channels a second, so anything besides it, if you hear a word, it's not picking up the radio station.
Okay.
Now, those blips, you heard a second, but that's the radio.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that those words exactly what you said.
Okay.
But when you hear a word, like hello, somebody's name, you know what you say it before.
How long have you been on here?
I've been in most of that. Of course, now, you heard that sound that was not a blip. That loud tone for a second. Did you hear that? You know what you said, didn't you? You said my name. And that wasn't Libby's voice. That's somebody else calling me out.
John?
Huh?
That wasn't John? Was that John?
Didn't sound like John.
Ford?
That sounded like John. She about an hour and a half ago, she was in the house where these people died. It was in St. Humphrey after the park. The child died in 1865, the mother died about 1880, and he died about 1910. After marrying the second grade. He was having a third one.
Last time you were here.
I think it was addressed at you.
Yeah?
Get back. You were walking over there where they sometimes move. I think they told you to get back. Now that was John's or whatever. I couldn't understand what he said. John's the male in the picture. Amelia's the girl. The woman.
So was the light holding off in your field or something?
She doesn't hang around him a whole lot. Plus, his insistence her firstborn was buried here rather than his family plot. Nobody knows why. So why she got stuck over here alone, without her parents, without her siblings, around a bunch of cousins and aunts and uncles, she didn't know. There's about 10 people buried, 8, 10 people buried in this. It's a family plot. They played for it back when this was an active cemetery in the 1850s and 60s. And this is where the Patricks were buried. And I think the Patrick family is gone. So when they exhumed a few bodies a few years ago, when they closed the cemetery, there was no Patrick in this group. So the Patricks are still here. Including Libby Mae Humphrey. And by the way, Amelia is the Madonna of that girl. Over in that stone over there, she ported in from her into her daughter. We just discovered that this year. I was the first person in the Chicago area to put the Madonna photo next to that photo of her. In real life, it's the same girl. She appeared in the images. So she was sitting over on that stone, just taking a break, and over here, her daughter, her firstborn, and was appearing, so I thought someone was going to do it. And that's right, getting in the wedding dress. Okay, that was Amelia. Did you hear it? Who, me? And you can't say that in front of us over here. It said who, me?
Why would she be here?
See, for this is scary here, because you want to maybe bonded to it.
And you would just live.
You gotta remember, you're 11-month-old girl. And she may not have the mental capacity to go here where she wants to. Or the will. So if you don't know something else is good, you don't know go.
So you're saying it's up to your body.
What's that?
So what does it come from?
It depends on the school. Like her mother can come over here for more than half. Because she was an adult person and knows this place exists and knows her child is there. But the child doesn't know her mother is going over there. So the problem may be stuck here or may not have power for the other. And the mother has the power to portal from Orange Park Cemetery to the hospital.
How does it work in the
So they pick it up. I mean, you have people talking to you for, what, 100 and some odd years? You pick up a little bit. You can learn stuff. I mean, she's been listening to language since 1865.
Did you respond? Did you touch the teeth?
Sometimes she'll respond if I go over and try to touch her head.
Did you what?
Touch her head.
Her head?
Yeah. She reacted a while ago and quit playing with the meter when I fired the temperature laser I got behind me. That's why I've got it behind me. But she can't see it, so she's going to have to worry about me firing at her.
See, last time you were
Outside the gate?
right here.
One day when her mother was here, between her and her mother, we got notebook pages of words she said. We've never naming people names. Calling me out by name, calling the girl working with me by name, and naming people walking through.
You told her?
Yes. Although when she called out my middle name, she did not know that the people I was working with did. I did not know the girl I was working with middle name until she pointed it out. So she thought, well, the girl said, Paul, you saw that 7 or 8 times. I said, I forgot to say it, it's my middle name. And she said, wait a minute.
They called out my middle name about 3 or 4 times here. It was just a.
So you're not related to anyone in the Cary situation?
I'm just investigating. I'm from Georgia. It's probably not a 1,000-year relation.
Georgia just to do this?
No, I came up from Georgia to get married.
Oh, okay. So
And for the weather, I wanted to get out of all the sunshine and nice weather and come up here and shovel snow. Of course, I'm an idiot.
what part of Georgia?
Columbus and that sort of thing. I got 3 degrees down in Georgia and I want to come up here to shovel snow instead of living down on a permanent vacation. Grew up piling a ski boat. You know how piling a ski boat on the Georgia lake, but you can ride in a ski from late April to October.
I heard that.
Huh?
I heard that.
Yeah.
The man who has that.
Maybe John talking to me.
I hope not.
John doesn't like me.
I noticed. You saw that top hat on the bed, Jessica? He put that top hat on his head.
I was wearing it and talking bad about John in his own bedroom wearing his hat.
Oh, that's bad. Smile up the kids.
And then he walked up to me.
Really? Yeah. He probably was like, I'm gonna punch you. Probably.
He was trying to scare me. He tried to shove me down the stairs. And that didn't work either.
She knows we're talking about her dad.
Yep. She knows it too.
Bad. Well, you're just people bothering you.
Libby Mush, she followed me home one night, followed me almost to the road one night, and I told her to go back. I could feel her behind me. Yeah. She was about 30 or 40 feet behind me.
Libby Bay, do you like my daughter Jessica? Want to play with her?
Go over and touch her hand.
Well, I said that. She's... Yeah. I don't think she likes me. Put your hand on the phone and turn.
Down.
Oh, thank you. Shame on you.
That's why showing in the screen.
I know.
I want to think else about the bottom of your shirt down.
I know. Lady May, can you say Jessica?
That's about right. Whoa. Well, it could have been because it was folded up. That paper's degrees higher than what the rest of the stone is. Oops.
Yeah.
That could be sunlight on the stone, but that paper I put there long after the sun had moved, that paper's the hottest thing there. Over 68.5 degrees.
It's the same degree.
Huh?
It could be the same degree as the stone because the stone's cold.
Right. And it's degrees warmer than the stone. Well, the craziest thing was that day, I need to get me a handheld thermometer because I was standing here and over here in the stone was 62 degrees. Over here was 37. Hey, Rick,
Ursula just got called out.
I just heard Ursula.
Yeah, on the speaker. Huh? Patrick's phone.
Okay. I have no clue whatsoever what happened. No clue what just happened. So here I am. I'm on the other computer. Still dressed up for Halloween. Because to me, it is still Halloween. And here I sit. Wondering what happened to the other computer. It just completely froze up. Let me go in there and see what I can do with it. Maybe a restart will be necessary. It's getting where we're getting about every 10 hours getting an update on those computers. And every time I have an update and I'm podcasting, it freezes up completely. So let me see what I can do with the other computer. In the meantime, okay, I'm going to do a complete restart on my main computer. This is my laptop in the studio. I have all my videos. Anything I was going to show was loaded into that system and it's no longer loaded. So I'm not sure what to do here outside of. Oh, wait a minute. I can show these videos over again. Yes, I can. Because these are loaded. I forgot. They are loaded. Here we go. All right, what I'm going to have to do. The other computer is when you do an update. That's why it locked down. I was on StreamYard, playing a video on for StreamYard, and with the update, completely overloaded the system. So, like I said, it's aggravating as hell having an update every few hours. I mean, they're not even thinking about podcasters or gamers to where when they give you an update, that's all you can do. You just turn everything else off. It just interrupts everything you're doing on the damn computer. It almost makes you want to just take it offline for the updates, block them. Anyway, got an update. Interesting mask. But what I want to do is, I just got to do that. So I was going to finish off the night. I was going to finish it early. The last couple of videos I'll just show another time. May show them tomorrow, today, and tonight is All Saints Day. So I'll show some cemetery videos tonight of other cemeteries I've been to honor the dead. So I may show a couple of them tonight. Tomorrow night, that's tonight. Tomorrow night is All Souls Day or Day of the Dead. What I'm going to do there is welcome the souls here and spend the entire show on an Echo Vox session and see what comes out. See if my biological father will come speak to me and just see who's out and about on All Souls Day. So I will be. That's if I wear this mask, I'm gonna have to put some black makeup on the nose and some black makeup around the eyes. You see that now. Anyway, they're not bad for about $5. Anyway, we'll see you on the other side. Let me go ahead and turn it over to Echo Vox. Okay, Spirit. Ending the night of Halloween, Hallow's Eve, with an Echo Box session. I was just going to do videos, maybe do a quick Echo Box session for the end of Halloween, but doing update on the main computer, all my information on the main computer. So you're welcome to talk to me now. Any spirits in the area would like to speak? If you'd like to speak, you're welcome to speak now. All right. And today is it's still Hallows Eve. It's still nighttime. The daylight will be celebrating All Saints Day, where we honor the dead. And then the 24th will be celebrating Day of the Dead. When you come visit me, and I will do a several hour long Echo session. If anybody like to talk now, I'll open this up for about 30 minutes or as long as the batteries last, because I did not recharge speakers or the pad.
Hopefully locked.
You said locked. Are you talking about my computer got locked?
Prison. 20. Did. Deep. Right. Great. Death. Yeah. Go. What?
Okay, it seems that I got other computer going. It was an update. It's updated. I do have this one going, but we're just going to continue on with the Echo Vox session.
Those.
The speaker nor the pad is charged up all that well, about 20%. So they're liable to stop inside of an hour. So we're not going too late tonight because I'm not going to reload those videos. I'll play them tonight or tomorrow night. You're welcome to talk.
You're welcome to talk. Together around my fireplace. next 30 minutes.
Yeah. Fine. So, probably.
Would the spirit feel more comfortable if I lit a fire in the fireplace? Would you feel more at home? Cool? I heard a cool and really. Okay, I'll light the fireplace if that's what you want. Rest my Best. Bye.
How many spirits are currently in my house?
Click. Yes.
Yes, that was a question. How many spirits are in my house right now? I am listening.
Tick. That. Is.
That was very loud. And I heard a good.
You might want to talk tonight. I'm willing to listen. I'm only going to keep this on for maybe another 15, 20 minutes. And I'm done. Halloween is over. All right? Okay. Thank you. One call. 15, 20 minutes. Who's there?
Two. Two. Five.
Here in Central Time, it is now 3:19. What I'm going to do is run this echo box to 3:30 and then log off for the night. I think a 6-hour show is long enough. I know last year I did a 13-hour show. I don't know how many people ever saw that, but it's on there. Played a lot of videos, talked a lot of stuff. This year I found my hard drive and connected it up. Played a lot of other videos for you. But let's just let this take a special run for now 10 more minutes, and then we're going to log off.
Click off. Six.
Still looking for any spirits who want to talk in 10 minutes.
Click.
Light.
Yes, I have lights on in here.
In who?
Five.
That's about 7. Close enough. Maybe closer to 8.
Count. Breath. This. And this. Do it. Leave.
How many more minutes are we going to do this echo box?
Right. Hey. Stop. Right. Yeah. Five. Yeah. Like every. Right. Oh. See. No. That's. Just.
Okay now. Okay now.
Oh.
You're out. You're about. Please leave my house. Yes. I will be turning you back on. Very, very soon. But until then, we're going to have to say goodbye to the audiovisual. Yes. I have commanded. I am Lord and ruler of this podcast. I'm Lord and ruler of this house. Don't tell my wife I said that. Please leave. All spirits, please leave this house. All spirits, let me. The bells. All right. All spirits, please leave this house. Right now, everybody go. I'm turning everything off. Yes, please leave the house. We'll contact you again tonight, tomorrow night. Goodbye. All right, everyone. I'm ending this podcast tonight. Good night to everyone. I hope you enjoyed the show. 6 hours and 7 minutes long, and I hope you enjoyed it. Good night, everyone. Bounce, let's get out of here as soon as the software lets us. It won't. That's what it refused to roll up.